Chapter 434. Surrounded, damn ants. How dare you come to my dragon-gathering valley to steal things? All of you go and die. Following the furious roar of a rank 7 dragon, a 7-star Do Huang from Mingi's group was turned into charcoal by the flames and fell to the ground. With a puff sound, he smashed onto the ground and turned into a pile of black powder. Seeing this, the others immediately used all their strength and flew towards the exit while perspiring profusely. Not good. A trace of shock appeared on Mingi's face because a few black dots had appeared at the exit. 5 rank 7 dragons were coldly sizing them up. We're finished. Ning Qi's group paused in midair. Di Yun's expression was very ugly. There were a few rank 7 dragons behind them, and another 5 rank 7 dragons in front. There was no way to escape. We should have stopped long ago. Di Qiu sighed. Not long later, Mingi's group also flew to their side. Everyone formed a circle and cautiously looked at the rank 7 dragons that surrounded them. You bunch of ants are really too bold. One of the rank 7 dragons with the strongest aura roared at everyone. His voice seemed to have turned into a real sound wave that blew everyone's hair. Rank 7 boss dragon, Tao Tai huge dragon. Health points 120,000,000. A total of 1,200,000 health points. Ning Qi exclaimed in his heart. Kill all of them. No, this is too easy on them. Capture them and make them into 108 delicacies according to their human diet. Oh, this suggestion is not bad. The group of rank 7 dragons looked at Ning Qi's group with eyes filled with ridicule. Everyone revealed a horrified expression when they heard this. When they thought of the torture they were about to endure, a few of them even peed their pants. A stench instantly permeated the air. No, don't kill me. I can do anything for you. Don't kill me. A 6-star Do Huang could not bear the gazes of these dragons and cried out in horror. Yes, I am willing to submit to your dragon race and help you pass messages to the human race. I only beg you to spare my life. Another Do Huang opened his mouth and said. He completely ignored the gazes of others and only wanted to preserve his own life. So what if he was a spy? As long as he did not become food for the dragon clan, he was willing to do anything. After all, it was not easy to obtain the cultivation of a Do Huang. He did not wish to lose his life in the hands of the dragon tribe. He still wanted to become a Do Zong or even a Do Zun. The two who begged for mercy were both members of the combat team. As a result, Dozhan's expression turned extremely ugly. Hee, you're as timid as a mouse. Qin Zikin sneered. It's just death. Yet he actually begs for mercy from the dragon clan. What a disgrace. Di Yin felt that he would definitely die today. Therefore, he abandoned the fear in his heart and coldly laughed at the 2 Do Huangs who were begging for mercy. Haha, you bunch of ants are really greedy for life and afraid of death. However, I can also give you a chance. How about this? I can let 10 of you live, and you can decide who will live and who will die. The Tao Tai dragon sneered. The other dragons looked at each other and seemed to think that this was quite interesting. They all jeered. Quick, I'll give you 10 minutes to decide. If you don't decide, all of you will die. Don't waste our time, filthy ant. Let the 10 of us live. Rose and the other 2 looked at each other. Although they knew that the dragon tribe in front of them could be playing with them, this was their only chance of survival. After the Tao Tai dragon spoke, Qin Zikin instinctively pulled Ning Qi, and the 4 of them instantly pulled away from Mingi and the others. As expected, everyone's eyes were first looking at the 4 of them. Let's kill them first before talking? Mingi glanced at Ning Qi and smiled faintly at Rose and Dozhan. Yes, the 2 of them nodded. All of you are really pitiful. They are obviously playing with us. You are actually willing to believe in such an illusory promise and dare not fight with them. Qin Zikin said angrily. That's right. So what if they kill the 4 of us? There are over 40 of you. Won't you kill each other? Di Yun shouted. Everyone, if you have some brains, why don't you join forces and kill the three of them first? Otherwise, you won't have a chance to live. Di Qing sneered. When the subordinates of Mingyi and the other two heard that, their eyes gradually became serious, and they subconsciously pulled away from Mingyi and the other two. In an instant, Rose, Mingyi, and Dozhan were also isolated. Are you going to rebel? Dozhan looked at his subordinates angrily. Big brother, it said that only 10 of us are allowed to live. Won't you attack us? One of Dozhan's subordinates looked at him solemnly and said, That's right. You will definitely not let us go. Then why don't we get rid of the 3 of you first? Then we will have a better chance of survival. Dozhan's expression became more and more ugly. The same was true for Rose and Mingyi's subordinates. A hint of impatience appeared on the Taotai dragon's face. Time is almost up. If you don't act now, all of you will die here. After 10 breaths, you will escape downwards. Run as fast as you can. Chan Zikin and the other two suddenly received Ning Qi's voice transmission. They looked at Ning Qi with a hint of doubt. Escape downwards? Would they be able to escape from the level 7 Dragon Clan, just like that? Even though they were very doubtful, they could not help but look at each other when they saw a hint of confidence on Ning Qi's face. They made up their minds. Hey, I have a suggestion. Ning Qi smiled faintly. His voice was surging with fighting energy, and it instantly attracted everyone's attention. What suggestion? Mingyi and the other two frowned at Ning Qi. Why don't you discuss how to kill each other here? Why don't you discuss how to distribute the resources here later? Ning Qi said with a smile. He's crazy. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with anger in their eyes. At this time he still said such words. Did he think that the Dragon Clan was too good-tempered? Sure enough, the Taotai dragon and the others were furious when they heard that. They looked at Ning Qi and said, Aunt, you want to distribute the resources here? Kill him first. Mingyi and the other two looked anxious. After looking at each other, they immediately attacked Ning Qi. They did not want the Dragon Clan to be angry and kill all of them. 10 breaths are up. Chan Zikin and the other two flew straight to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Ning Qi waved his hand, and 10 black dragon sling bullets instantly shot toward the Taotai dragon and the others. Then he was hit by Mingyi and the other two and fell rapidly to the ground. What is this? Chapter 435. Dragon Slayer bullets unleashed. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose into the air. Then a second, a third, finally, 10 mushroom clouds gathered together, flashing a dazzling light in the air. Oh my God, what is this? Di Yun stood on the ground, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle. His face was filled with shock, and he did not even realize that saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a rank 7 boss dragon, Taotai dragon. Because the host used external force that does not belong to the host's own strength, the host's experience points have been reduced by 5 times. You have obtained 400,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,500 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a rank 7 elite dragon. Ding! Accompanied by a series of urgent system notifications, Ning Qi's experience points had reached the point where he could almost level up. He had killed all 9 rank 7 dragons. He had earned tens of thousands of Dragon Slayer coins alone, and there was even a gambling gift pack. Puff, puff, puff. First, the corpses of the dragons fell heavily to the ground, broken into pieces. Because they were hit by the Dragon Slayer Marquis at close range, their bodies were carbonized. Then the people from the other 3 squads were killed by the Dragon Slayer bullets, and some were seriously injured, falling to the ground one by one. Mingyi was covered in blisters, and more than half of his hair was gone. After falling to the ground in a sorry state, he looked at Ning Qi in horror. What the hell is this? What the hell did he just throw out? It's so powerful that even a rank 7 dragon was instantly killed by him. If those things had landed directly on me. Mingi's fear deepened as he thought of this. Rose and Dojan were not in good shape either, especially Rose. As a woman, she was covered in burns and looked terrifying, like a monster that had just crawled out of boiling water. Those who were still alive looked at Ningqi in horror as they healed their wounds. However, they were finally relieved. At least their lives were saved. As for, someone glanced at his teammates who had been killed by the Dragon Slayer bullets, and his eyes showed a hint of relief. Fortunately, they were far enough away from the dragons. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as them. Brother Hua, what was that? Dian finally came back to his senses and asked Ningqi with a stutter. Chun Zikin and Di Qiu were also curious. When Mingi and the others heard this, their ears immediately perked up. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning, Ningqi said casually. All right, there should be no more dragons in the Dragon Gathering Valley now. Chun Zikin was pleasantly surprised. Then aren't we? Dian and Di Qiu looked at each other with wild joy in their eyes. Only then did everyone realize that Ningqi's words about how to distribute the resources here were not nonsense. I'm afraid Brother Hua is not as simple as he seems. Di thought to himself, is he really not a demon from the extraterrestrial demon realm? Chun Zikin's heart was once again filled with doubt, but this doubt was thrown to the back of her mind after a breath of time. So what if Ningqi was a demon from the extraterrestrial devil realm? He had already saved their lives twice in a row. Ever since she met Ningqi, her crippled Earth team's luck seemed to have taken a turn for the better. In just 2 days, they had earned quite a lot. Well, why don't we discuss how to distribute the resources here? Mingi gave a dry laugh and said. Ningqi glanced at him and said mockingly, the 3 of you just attacked me, and now you want to get a piece of the pie? Aren't you afraid of ending up like this bunch of dragons? Mingi was slightly shocked. Then he laughed awkwardly and said, since that's the case, let's go. After saying that, he winked at his subordinates and flew towards the exit. When Rose and Dojan saw this, they were a little unwilling. After all, there were hundreds of dragon lairs in the entire Dragon Gathering Valley. If they searched all of them, the rewards would be very considerable. Unfortunately, they were afraid of the means that Ningqi used to kill the dragons and did not dare to stay any longer. They left with Mingi. After they left, Ningqi said to Chun Zikin, we don't know when the dragons in the Dragon Gathering Valley will return. Let's hurry up? Yes. Chun Zikin nodded happily. After searching for half a day, Ningqi and company left the Dragon Gathering Valley in disappointment. There were many dragon nests that were completely empty. They reckoned that the items were carried by the dragon race. After searching more than 100 dragon nests, they only obtained over 1,000 refining godstones. Ningqi got 400 of them. These refining divine stones are equivalent to slightly more than 40,000 Dragon Slayer coins. In addition to the Dragon Slayer coins from killing the Taotai dragon and the rest, I've obtained more than 50,000. This is only a day. It's impossible to obtain such a high reward in Dongxian. Ningqi calculated in his heart. Even when he was mining in the Red Sun Empire, the speed of obtaining Dragon Slayer coins was far from this place. It's a pity that I only have a month. After a month, I'll be automatically sent out of this place and back to the Cloud Rising sect. When they were about to return to Blue Moon Town, Ningqi said to Chun Zikin and the other 2, the 3 of you go back first. I still have something to do. Oh, Brother Hua, what's the matter? Do you need help? Di asked in surprise. No need. It's just a small matter. Ningqi smiled faintly. Di wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chun Zikin. Chun Zikin cupped his fists at Ningqi and said, Brother Hua, if you have something to do, go ahead. We'll meet again in the future. Ningqi nodded with a smile and turned to leave. When Ning Chi's figure disappeared from sight, Chen Ziken looked at Di Qiu and asked, "What do you think?" Di Qiu smiled faintly. "I think the same as you." Di Yun was confused. "What are you guys talking about? Don't you think that Brother Hua is the same kind of person?" Chun Ziken said softly. Di Yun's eyes flashed with doubt when he heard that. After a few breaths, he suddenly lifted his head to look at the two of them and said in surprise, "You guys are saying that Brother Hua came from the extraterrestrial devil region?" It's very possible." Chun Ziken nodded. "Then we must inform the Heaven and Earth Pavilion about this," Di Yun said instinctively. "Why? He didn't harm us like what the Heaven and Earth Pavilion said. He even allowed us to obtain a considerable amount of refining godstones. This matter is just a suspicion. Whether it is true or not, we will know in a month." Chin Ziken said faintly, I heard that the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region will only appear for a month. After that, they will disappear without a trace. Even the Do Di of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion will not be able to find traces of them." Di Qiu nodded and said. Di Yun felt that the two of them made sense. When he thought about how Ning Qi made his wallet thicker, he dispelled the idea of informing them. At the same time, Mingy and the other two, who had returned to the Blue Moon town, appeared in the Myriad Hall. "We have something to report to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. It is related to the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region." Chapter 436. Chapter 436 of Fiorasasal River. Related to the demon from the outer devil region? Lu Hui revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, he noticed the injuries on the trio. The three of them looked at each other and nodded their heads heavily. "Speak quickly," Lu Hui said joyfully. "Isn't it inconvenient to speak here?" Mingy frowned. Lu Hui said, "Follow me." After which, he brought the trio to a secret room in the Myriad Hall. "Other than me, no one else can hear what you are saying here. You can speak now," Lu Hui said faintly. The three of them took turns to recount what had happened. When he heard that the three of them had discovered the Dragon Gathering Valley, a hidden place of the Dragon Clan, Lu Hui's eyes flashed with joy. However, as he listened to the latter part of the story, his expression gradually darkened. "Are you saying that the newcomer from the Crippled Ground Squad is a demon from the outer devil region?" He looked at Mingy. Mingy nodded. "A 5-star Do Huang has the ability to instantly kill a rank 7 dragon. Moreover, he is not a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Therefore, the three of us guess that he is a demon from the outer devil region." The corner of Lu Hui's mouth was gradually lifted into a cold smile. "Crippled Ground Squad, Crippled Ground Squad. Are you not going to die this time?" As long as it was related to the outer devil region, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion would pay attention to it. From the way he saw it, Chun Ziken's group would definitely not get off easy this time. "All right, I understand. Don't speak nonsense when you go out. If the news is leaked, I will hold you responsible," Lu Hui said coldly. "What about the reward from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion?" Mingy hesitated for a moment before asking. "Reward? Once that fellow's identity is confirmed, the reward will naturally be given. At that time, you will get a share." Lu Hui frowned. "In that case, the three of us will wait for Elder Lu's good news," Mingy said with some dissatisfaction. After the trio left, Lu Hui had originally planned to report this matter to his superior, the first elder of the Myriad Hall. However, after some thought, he decided to bypass the first elder and pass the news to the headquarters of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. After the news was spread, Lu Hui immediately led his men to find Chun Ziken's group in Lanyu town. He glanced at the three of them and frowned. "Where's the new member of your crippled Earth Squad?" Seeing Lu Hui's menacing aura and the 4 guards from the All Things Hall behind him, each of them was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the first life and death stage. A trace of vigilance flashed in Chun Ziken's eyes as he asked, "Elder Lu, Do you need something from us? Let me ask you, where is the newcomer? Lu Hui's voice turned cold, and a faint killing intent radiated from his body, locking onto the three of them. The expressions of Chun Zicken and the other two changed slightly. He has something on and did not return to Blue Moon Town. May I know why Elder Lu is looking for him? Chun Zicken said calmly. He didn't return to Blue Moon Town. Lu Hui's expression immediately turned ugly. He then ordered the guards behind him in a low voice, "Take them down!" Lu Hui, what are you doing? Are you trying to avenge a personal grudge? Chun Zicken and the other two jumped in fright. Before they could react, they were captured by the four guards. Bring him back. Lu Hui sneered. He planned to go back and interrogate the three of them. Chun Zicken and the other two were captured and brought to the dungeon of the All Things Hall. Lu Hui, what exactly do you want? Chun Zicken looked coldly at Lu Hui and gritted his teeth. Let me ask you, what is the name of the newcomer from your crippled Earth team? What is his background? Lu Hui looked at the three of them and asked coldly. Chun Zicken and the other two exchanged glances. A trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Following which, Chun Zicken sneered and said, "His name is Hua Wushang. I don't know his background. Elder Lu, may I know what crime he has committed for you to capture the three of us here? If you don't give us a reason, we will definitely report you to the Blue Moon Army." What crime did he commit? Lu Hui sneered. Is he a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region? No. Chun Zicken said decisively. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Give them some punishment. Lu Hui coldly ordered his subordinates behind him. His only goal was to make the three of them admit that Ning Qi was a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region. As for whether Ning Qi was one or not, it had nothing to do with him. As long as you admit it, I will sentence you to death. By then, with Mingy and the other two as witnesses, that guy will be a demon even if he isn't one. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion will definitely reward me handsomely. Lu Hui thought to himself as he looked at the three of them. An hour later, Lu Hui, how dare you extort a confession through torture? You will die a horrible death. Chun Zicken and the other two were covered in blood. Dian's fingernails had been plucked out. At this moment, there was a bamboo tube on his neck that was bleeding profusely. Are you still not going to admit it? Lu Hui smiled at the three of them. Seeing that Dian was about to die from blood loss, Di Chio sighed and said, "All right, I admit that he is a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region. However, this matter has nothing to do with the three of us. Elder Lu, please be merciful and let us go." Chun Zicken's expression was ugly, but he didn't refute. After all, it seemed like Lu Hui wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. No matter what, he was going to accuse the three of them. If they still didn't admit it, they might just lose their lives. Ha ha ha. All right, you heard him. Go get a portrait of that guy and get the Blue Moon Army to look for him. Lu Hui laughed maniacally as he instructed his subordinates behind him. These people were his trusted subordinates, so they knew what to say and what not to say. After receiving Lu Hui's instructions, they turned around and left. Meanwhile, Ning Qi had already arrived in front of a large river, according to the route in the jade slip that Li Mingqi had given him. The name of this river in the jade slip was Tongtian River. It was said that this Tongtian River ran through the entire Withering Bones forbidden area and was thousands of meters wide. On the opposite side of the Tongtian River was the orchard with the dragon blood fruit. Ignoring the rank 8 Dragon Clan guards in the orchard, Ning Qi couldn't cross this river because there was a demonic beast in the river. The jade slip had specifically pointed out this demonic beast. This demonic beast was extremely frightening. Its rank was unknown, but other than the Dragon Clan, if any other race dared to cross the river, they would most likely end up in the stomach of this demonic beast and become its food. One could only sneak across when it was sleeping. However, there was no fixed time for its sleep. At this moment, Ning Chi wasn't the only one who was entangled. In his vision, there was a group of people entangled in front of this river. Among this group of people, there were faces that Ning Chi was familiar with. Fong Mo, Fong Bai. Other than these two, there were 7 or 8 Peak Do Huangs who had entered the first life and death stage, and 1 Peak Do Huang who had entered the second life and death stage. There were both men and women among them. Looking at where everyone was standing, it was obvious that the Peak Do Huang who had entered the second life and death stage was their leader. Chapter 437. To tremble with cold, Fong Mo, you've been here once. I heard that Dongfang Ling Luo of the Dongfang family led the way. How did you guys cross this Tongtian River last time? The Peak Do Huang who had stepped into the second stage of life and death looked at Fong Mo and said indifferently. Ning Chi glanced at his attributes. Ding family, Ding Lai level, Peak Do Huang of the second stage of life and death cultivation method. Lower heaven level, 9 revolutions pill concealment method martial skill. Lower heaven level, eternal raging fire health points. 600000. This Ding clan was obviously the Ding clan, one of the 9 great clans. Last time, we had a total of 18 people. In the end, only 9 people successfully crossed this river. The other 9 people were swallowed by that demonic beast. Fong Mo said with a pale face. Just thinking of that scene made his whole body tremble. The aura of that demonic beast was too terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the Do Sheng ancestor of the family. There's no way. Can't we go around this river? Ding Lai said with a frown. At that time, we were divided into 2 teams, one in the south and one in the north. That demonic beast seemed to be one with this river. It was very fast. If one person crossed the river alone, there was no time to buy time for the other person. Only 8 or 9 people could delay it for about a breath. Fong Mo said. In that case, Ding Lai fell into deep thought. Someone suggested, why don't we let the demonic beast try first? After saying that, an incomparably huge ape appeared beside him. It was 10 feet tall, and there was a strange flame burning at its tail. Rank 6 demonic beast, flaming ape. But as soon as this flaming ape appeared, its face revealed a look of horror. It looked at the trembling Tongtian River, and in the next moment, it disappeared from where it stood. What? Even your flaming ape was so scared that it directly returned to the demonic pet space? Are the demonic beasts in this river that terrifying? Fong Mo's face revealed a faint, mocking expression. Don't think about letting the demonic pets help us explore the way. They don't dare to approach Tongtian River at all. Then why don't we give up this mission? No, I must get the dragon blood fruit this time. Ding Lai suddenly raised his head and said, why, there are many ways to raise one's cultivation base. Even if we don't get the dragon blood fruit this time and don't get the reward from the family, we just need to kill more dragons here and obtain some ancient spirit herbs and fruits that Dongxian doesn't have. That should be enough to raise our cultivation base. Fong Bai frowned. Fong Bai is right. Someone nodded in agreement. Ding Lai swept his cold gaze across the crowd and sneered. Do you guys know that in order to raise the cultivation bases of their paragons, the 3 major dragon races have issued a death order? If they can't gather 100 dragon blood fruits within 5 years, they'll choose a random family clan as punishment and annihilate the entire clan. What? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Fong Mo also looked at Ding Lai in disbelief. Why haven't I heard of this before? If it's true, the elders in the family would definitely tell us. Don't worry. You will know this news after you leave the Dry Bones Forbidden Area. The reason why I knew about it before you did is that there is an ancestor of my bloodline who is personally serving the patriarch. He was present when the messengers from the 3 dragon clans came. Ding Lai sneered. The crowd had no choice but to accept the shocking news after hearing Ding Lai's words. Damn the dragon clan. Do they think they can annihilate the 9 super clans just like that? Fong gritted his teeth. All right, we'll also split into 2 teams and cross the river. Whether we live or die, it's up to fate, Ding Lai said. The crowd's expression turned serious when they heard that. The 3 major dragon clans are so overbearing. Without enough dragon blood fruits, they'll choose a random family from the 9 super clans to be annihilated? Ning Qi was shocked after hearing that. At the same time, he felt a surge of anger. Although he had nothing to do with the 9 super clans, they were all humans. It was inevitable that they would be interdependent. At that moment, Fong Mo and the rest had split into 2 teams. One headed south while the other headed north. They were ready to cross the river. I wonder if my mystic grade invisibility talisman will work. Ning Qi was a little worried that his invisibility talisman would be ineffective against the demonic beasts in the Skyfall Cascade. However, seeing that Fong Mo and the rest were about to cross the river, if he didn't seize this opportunity, he would be in great danger when he crossed the river alone. Ning Qi gritted his teeth and touched the earring that Meng Qingling had given him. This earring had increased his health by 200,000. No matter what, he wouldn't be killed so easily by a demonic beast in the Skyfall Cascade, would he? With this thought in mind, Ning Qi snuck over to Fong Mo's team. Fong Mo was afraid that Fong Bai would be swallowed by the demonic beast along with him. So he had Fong Bai follow Ding Lai. At that moment, Fong Mo didn't notice Ning Qi standing beside him. The 2 teams looked at each other, and in the next moment, they flew toward the opposite bank of the Skyfall Cascade. Ning Qi followed closely behind Fong Mo. As they flew, he looked down warily at the turbulent Skyfall Cascade below. He didn't know when the demonic beast would suddenly appear. At the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. There was a hint of fear in those eyes, as if something had struck fear into it and made it tremble. Both sides moved at high speed. The distance of 1,000 zhang was covered in the blink of an eye. Even when they reached the opposite bank of the Skyfall Cascade, the legendary demonic beast still hadn't shown itself. Everyone gathered together and looked at the Skyfall Cascade with a look of relief on their faces. Could it be that the demonic beast is sleeping and didn't notice us? Fong Bai exclaimed in surprise. That's possible, but it might have gone out. Ding Lai said calmly, in any case, we've hit the jackpot this time. Perhaps stealing the dragon blood fruit will go smoothly. Someone laughed. Let's hope so. Ding Lai turned around and looked at a mountain shrouded in clouds in the distance. That was their target this time, the orchard with the dragon blood fruit. At the foot of the mountain, in a hidden place with its back to the sun, Fong Mo and the others were discussing in low voices as they looked up at the orchard at the top of the mountain. The last time I was here, there was a rank 8 dragon, 10 rank 7 dragons, and more than 100 rank 6 dragons in the orchard. There were also some human cultivators under the control of the dragon race guarding the orchard. However, these dragons were sleeping all day long. More importantly, some of those humans were 6-star dozongs and above. If we really fight, I can only handle one of them. Fong Mo said in a low voice, the dragon race is easy to deal with. Their brains aren't very good, and they only have brute force. As for the 6-star dozongs you mentioned, how many of them are there? Ding Lai said in a low voice, about a dozen. Fong Mo said, I can handle 3 of them. Ding Lai said in a low voice. His ranking on the dragon ranking was much higher than Fong Mo's. After a round of discussion, they decided on the number of people each person could handle. With confidence in their hearts, they sneaked up to the orchard at the top of the mountain. Chapter 438. Stealing Spirit Fruits. Ants, look after the spirit fruits here. Don't let the humans steal them again. Otherwise, Lord Jilo will not let you off. In the spirit orchard at the top of the mountain, a 7th grade dragon patrolled for a while, then looked down at the human slaves and threatened. These human slaves were all experts captured by the dragon tribe during the war with the Dragon Tribe in Blue Moon Town. They were willing to become the Dragon Tribe's slaves to save their lives. Don't worry, Lord. We will do our best to protect the spirit fruits here. The human slaves hurriedly cupped their hands. Humph. But with that being of Tongtian River here, it won't be easy for you ants to come here. I'm going to take a nap. Don't you slack off. The rank 7 giant dragon taunted them for a while before flapping its wings and flying away. Sigh, when will these days come to an end? Why don't we escape? A few days ago, Luo Qianjun was swallowed by them because he slept for a while. If this continues, we won't live for long. Why don't we escape? But even if we escape from the Dragon Tribe, the demonic beast of Tongtian River won't let us off. If we can't cross the Tongtian River and return to Blue Moon Town, everything will be in vain. Those fellows who came to steal the spirit fruits were divided into 2 groups. Let's do the same. Anyway, we'll take a gamble and see who's luckier. All right, spread the word. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. After making up their minds, the news soon reached the ears of every human slave in the spirit fruit garden. Since they were going to escape, they ignored the risk of death and looted the spirit fruit garden. However, because they were afraid of being discovered by the Dragon Tribe, they did not go for the more important spirit fruits, such as the dragon blood fruit. They only looted the spirit fruits in the periphery and fled toward the foot of the mountain. Someone's here. Hide! Ding Lai and the others hid immediately. Then they watched as a large group of Dozongs and Dohuangs passed by them and ran toward the Tongtian River. Ding Lai and the others only dared to move after they disappeared from their sight. What's going on? Did these human guards betray us? Then it'll be easier for us to steal the dragon blood fruit. Fong Mo's face showed a hint of joy. This bunch of dragons are so undisciplined. Their subordinates are running away just like that. No wonder they would come here every time they come to the Withered Bones Forbidden Land. Ning Qi sneered in his heart. Subsequently, he followed Ding Lai and the others to the spiritual orchard at the top of the mountain. As Ding Lai and the others were afraid of being discovered by the Dragon Clan, their movements were very cautious. Seeing this, Ning Qi directly passed them and swept into the depths of the orchard. Along the way, he occasionally saw dragons sleeping beside some rare spirit fruits. However, these spirit fruits weren't his target, so Ning Qi didn't touch them. The deeper he went, the higher the ranks of the dragons he saw. Finally, Ning Qi arrived at the deepest part of the spirit fruit garden. There was a towering tree that reached up to the heavens. The branches and leaves on the tree were lush, and he could vaguely see over 10 red fruits hanging from it. These fruits were very strange and looked very similar to the dragons. On the red skin, there were deep red lines that looked like bloodlines. These lines on the fruits, coincidentally, looked very similar to dragon scales. If one didn't look closely, they would look like young dragons hanging on the tree. Next to this towering tree, there was an incomparably huge dragon sleeping. The 300-meter-tall tree seemed a little small next to this huge dragon. The huge dragon's mouth opened and closed as it snored. Its snores were like rolling thunder. Dragon blood fruit! Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of joy when he saw these fruits. The incomparably precious dragon blood fruit was right in front of him, as though it was within his reach. However, when Ning Qi took a step closer, the rank 8 huge dragons' snores seemed to become softer. Ning Qi hurriedly took a step back. Middle grade, Xian Invisibility Talisman. Lasts for 240 hours. Price, 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Those below a Do, Zun cannot detect it. Upper Xian Invisibility Talisman. Lasts for 24 hours. Price, 5,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Anyone below the Do Sheng level will not be able to detect it. Ning Qi pondered for a moment before spending 5,000 Dragon Slayer coins to purchase an Upper Xian Invisibility Talisman and slapped it on himself. Then he took a tentative step toward the dragon blood fruit tree. Ning Chi's eyes were constantly observing the rank 8 huge dragon's reaction. When he realized that its snores were still as loud as ever and that it had not detected anything, Ning Chi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He then carefully walked to the side of the dragon blood fruit tree and climbed up it easily. 1, 2, 3. Ning Chi smiled as he put the dragon blood fruits into his space bag. Ding Lai and the others appeared after he put away the 10th one. There are 3 dragon blood fruits on the tree. We've come at the right time. Fong Bai looked at the last 3 dragon blood fruits on the tree in surprise. At this moment, Ning Chi's palm was just about to pick the 11th dragon blood fruit when he realized that Fong Bai's eyes were fixed on him. He had no choice but to give up on this dragon blood fruit. Otherwise, Fong Bai would discover it and cause unnecessary trouble. 10 is enough. I'll leave some soup for you guys. Ning Chi smiled and climbed down from the tree. He walked out of the orchard. When he passed by Ding Lai and the others, they did not react at all. There have only been 2 dragon blood fruits in the past, but there are 3 this time? Ding Lai's face lit up with joy. Then he took out a bag of powder and sprinkled it at the rank 8 great dragon. The powder was sucked into the rank 8 great dragon's stomach, and its snore seemed to grow louder. The sleeping powder is working. Let's go and pick the dragon blood fruits and leave this place quickly. The sleeping powder only lasts for 5 minutes. It will wake up when the time is up, Ding Lai said in a low voice. Fong Mo immediately went up the tree and plucked all 3 dragon blood fruits. Everyone held their breaths and watched the 8th grade giant dragon guarding the dragon blood fruits warily. They only breathed a sigh of relief when Fong Mo handed the dragon blood fruits to Ding Lai. Don't leave the dragon blood fruits with me alone. Fong Mo, you carry one. Jiang Tung, you carry one. Ding Lai distributed the 3 dragon blood fruits. It was best not to put all the eggs in one basket. If the basket broke, all the eggs would be smashed. After that, everyone returned to the Skyfall River the way they came. The operation this time was very successful. It would be perfect as long as they crossed the Skyfall River and returned to Blue Moon Town. Ning Chi had been waiting for them. After all, he did not know if the beast at the bottom of the Skyfall River had woken up. It would be too obvious if he crossed the river alone. Fong Mo, Ding Lai, and the others split into 2 groups and crossed the river from the north and south. This time, it was also very successful. Chapter 439. Chapter 439. Portrait, haha. Looks like the Skyfall River's monster is really not at home. After Fong Bai landed, he turned to look at the Skyfall River happily. This operation was very successful. Perhaps it's a blessing from the heavens. Ding Lai smiled. Let's go. Let's not stand here and talk. That rank 8 dragon is about to wake up. Let's return to Blue Moon Town first. Fong Mo said. Okay. Ning Chi ran faster than them and had long since run in the direction of Blue Moon Town. About 5 minutes later, the rank 8 dragon beside the towering tree slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly he felt his nose itch and sneezed. Then he turned to look at the tree. Where are the dragon blood fruits? There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. In the next moment his expression changed drastically and he let out an angry roar. Damn ants! The sleeping dragons in the orchard heard this roar and woke up one after another. They flew to the towering tree. When they realized that there was not a single dragon blood fruit left on the tree, they also let out angry roars. How could ants break in? Why? The rank 8 dragon suddenly looked at his subordinates. His eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly, a rank 6 dragon flew over in a panic and roared. Those lowly slaves are gone! They ran away. Damn it! 13 dragon blood fruits. Tomorrow, Lord Jilo will come to collect the fruits. Now that the dragon blood fruits are gone, how are we going to explain this? The rank 8 dragon revealed an expression of anger and fear. Lord, They must have escaped to Blue Moon Town. Let's chase after them, a dragon suggested. Not long after, dozens of giant dragons flew in the direction of Blue Moon Town under the lead of this rank 8 dragon. Blue Moon Town. When Ning Chi returned, he found that there were more Blue Moon soldiers guarding the town gate than before. The inspection was also stricter. Everyone who entered or left the town had to go through the inspection of several soldiers before they could pass. Did something happen in Blue Moon Town? Ning Chi thought to himself. Then he walked past the soldiers and entered Blue Moon Town. No one could see him because his invisibility talisman was still in effect. Have you seen this person before? Not far away from Ning Chi, a small group of soldiers was stopped by a few soldiers. They held a portrait in their hands and questioned the people in the group. Oh, I've never seen him before. I don't know. You really haven't seen him before? The soldiers stared at the group warily. Their gazes were as sharp as knives, as if they were judging whether their words were true or not. Among them, one of them had a slight change in expression, but it was only for a moment, so the soldiers didn't notice it. That person looked at the portrait with a blank expression and shook his head. Ning Chi walked in front of them and glanced at the portrait. He frowned slightly. The person in the portrait was none other than him. Why are the Blue Moon Army looking for me? Could it be that my identity was leaked? Ning Chi thought to himself. After thinking about it, if he was really suspected to be a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region, it could only be because of the dragon Gathering Valley. Sticks, Rose, Dojan. Wait, if they're looking for me, Chin Zikin and the others are probably already in trouble. Ning Chi immediately turned and left, heading for the inn he had stayed in previously. He wanted to see if his guess was correct. 2 members of the squad that had been stopped and questioned by the soldiers looked at each other. Ning Chi's identity seems to have been exposed. Damn it, this will implicate us. As long as the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth has any suspicions, they will send experts over to investigate. We won't be able to hide our origins for long. Then we can only leave Blue Moon Town. That's the only way. The 2 of them transmitted their voices to each other. At the inn, Ning Chi looked around but couldn't find any traces of the 3. Instead, he found a few people who seemed to be from the Blue Moon Army. They seemed to be monitoring the room he had stayed in previously. By now, Ning Chi was almost certain that Chun Zikin and the others had been captured. This started because of me. I can't just stand by and watch. Ning Chi sighed inwardly and left the inn. In the Rose courtyard, that guy didn't return with Chen Zikin and the others. Lu, he hasn't caught him yet. We're too anxious about this matter, Mingy frowned. Are you afraid that he will sneak into Blue Moon Town to kill you? Moreover, he doesn't know that we're the ones who gave him the information. Chun Zikin and the others have already been tortured. If the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region want revenge, they will only attack the 3 of them. Rose sneered. As soon as she returned to Blue Moon Town, she went to buy the best skin healing medicine. Now, the blisters on her body were not so obvious. It was estimated that in another month or so, she would be able to recover her previous beauty. That's right, Mingy. You're getting more and more timid as you live, Dojan said with a mocking face. Haha, I'm just thinking about our safety. The demons from the extraterrestrial devil region have many strange tricks. Even the old monsters from the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth can't track their whereabouts. Aren't you afraid that he has already received the news and sneaked into this courtyard? Mingy sneered. My Rose courtyard not only has dozens of Do Huang guarding the door, but also a rank 7 demonic pet, Howling Sunhound. Even a Do Zong can forget about sneaking in quietly. Rose said coldly, Is that so? A voice rang out behind the 3 of them. The 3 of them instantly turned deathly pale. A chill ran down their spines and a thin layer of sweat appeared on their foreheads. The 3 of them slowly turned around and saw Ning Chi looking at them with a faint smile on his face. How How did you get in? Rose swallowed her saliva and said in disbelief. Mingy and Dozhan exchanged glances. They wanted to attack Ning Chi, but when they thought of Ning Chi's unpredictable tricks, which could even kill a rank 7 dragon in an instant, they immediately lost the courage to attack. They could only look at Ning Chi while sweating profusely. Maybe your howling sunhound has caught a cold recently and its nose isn't very good. That's how I walked in. Ning Chi smiled and said, I heard the conversation between the three of you just now. This is a misunderstanding. I can explain, Rose said in a low voice. There's no need to explain. Actually, you're right. I'm a demon from the extraterrestrial devil region. Ning Chi smiled, seeing that Ning Chi admitted it so straightforwardly. The three of them were a little nervous. Would Ning Chi attack the three of them next? Thinking of this, the three of them became alert and prepared to escape at any time. Now, you have a chance to save your lives. Chapter 440. Avicii Temple. The three of them were hesitant. It was not that they didn't want to say it, but they didn't dare to. If the Heaven and Earth Pavilion knew that they had helped the demons of the extraterrestrial devil area to break out the prison, they would not end well. Their cultivation would be destroyed, but they would be locked in the prison of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion until they died of old age. That would be worse than death. It's such a simple question. Why are you hesitating? If you don't say it, then go to hell. Ning Chi smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. Mingy and the other two were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They quickly said in unison, We'll say it. They were afraid that Ning Chi had a trick to kill a rank 7 dragon in a second. Well, that's right. Ning Chi smiled. Later, Mingy gave a detailed description of the place where Chan Zikin and the other two were imprisoned. Ning Chi took some time out from time to time to ask Rose and Dozhan. When he found that the three of them were consistent, Ning Chi got up and was ready to leave. When he walked to the door, he turned his head to look at the three of them and said, I let you go last time, but you went to inform the All Things Hall. You won't inform Lu Hui after I leave this time, will you? No, of course not. We told you where Chin Zikin was imprisoned. If we inform Lu Hui, we will also be arrested by the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Mingy hurriedly said, Well, I hope so. Remember, don't do it more than 3 times. Ning Chi smiled. Then he pushed the door open and disappeared in front of the three of them. What kind of trick is this? Did he sneak in like this? Mingy and Rose looked at each other in shock. Can you sense his aura? At this time, Dozhan quickly walked to the door, looked around, and then closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes with a blank face and said to the two, I can't feel it. This kind of body movement is too terrible. Rose shook her head. Ning Chi stood beside the three of them. After confirming that they had no intention of snitching on him, he let them go. If the three of them had the slightest intention of snitching on him, he would have killed them without hesitation. Then he would have thought about how to rescue Chinziken and the others. Following the route given by the trio, Ning Chi entered the Hall of All Things. After making several turns, he finally arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard had another name in Lanyu town, Avicii Courtyard. That was because those who were captured and brought into this courtyard basically had no possibility of being released. Hence, to them, this courtyard was like hell. It's obvious that Lu Hui has captured Chinziken and the other two here to lock them up or kill them. Half of it is because of me, and the other half is probably because of the grudge between him and the crippled Earth Squad. Ning Chi walked around the A-by courtyard and finally found a secret passage in one of the rooms. This secret passage was not concealed at all, and one could see the stairs leading downwards. Are they worried that someone will come and rescue them? Ning Chi thought to himself. From this, it could be seen that the Hall of All Things was a subordinate of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Their confidence in themselves had reached a certain level. Ning Chi entered the secret passage and walked all the way down. After walking for about 500 or 600 steps, his eyes suddenly opened up. This prison was very large. There were a total of 4 sides, and each side had more than 100 prisons of different sizes. There were more than 400 prisons in total. Not only were humans locked up, but there were even dragons locked up in a few of them. In the center of this place, 3 dozongs sat cross-legged. Their eyes were tightly shut, and they ignored the noisy environment outside as they meditated and cultivated. Ningqi noticed that when the imprisoned dragons lost their temper and rammed against the metal bars that were made of some unknown metal would emit electric arcs, causing the rank 7 dragons to cry out in pain. Subsequently, the prisoners in the neighboring cells laughed loudly. "Damned ants, if you don't let me out, Lord Giello will flatten this place one day." A rank 7 low-level dragon roared angrily. "Ha ha ha, little lizard. You are also a prisoner now, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Be careful that the people from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion will slaughter you and make you into a delicacy for us." A prisoner whose hair was about to touch the ground laughed wildly. His line of sight was coincidentally able to see the dragons. The aura on this person was very frightening, probably even stronger than the 3 guards sitting in the middle. Ningqi glanced at him and found that he was a 9-star dozong. Such an existence was also imprisoned here obediently. It was likely that it would be difficult to get out of this place. Ningqi scanned his surroundings as he thought. Finally, he found Chun Zikin and the other 2 in a cell in the corner. The 3 of them were hung on the wall, their bodies covered with wounds. Among them, Di Yun's wounds were the most frightening. From his face to his feet, there were more than 100 wounds the size of a baby's mouth. If he did not look carefully, Ningqi would not be able to recognize that this person was Di Yun. He had been tortured to the point of changing his appearance. This cell was the same as the others. There were electric arcs flashing on the bars. In the middle of the bars, there was something that looked like a keyhole. Seeing this, Ningqi's gaze once again landed on the 3 guards in the middle. There was a bunch of keys on their waists. These keys could probably remove the electric arcs on the bars. Stealing keys from 3 dozongs! After thinking about it, Ningqi gave up on this idea. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he approached Chinziken and the other 2 and transmitted his voice. "Are you still awake?" "It's me." The eyelids of the 3 moved slightly. "Don't be surprised. Don't let anyone see through you. It's Hua Wushang. Why is he here?" A monstrous wave rose in the hearts of Chun Ziken and the other 2. As the 3 did not know where Ningqi was, they were unable to transmit their voice. Ningqi continued to transmit his voice. "I already know about your situation. Lu Hui will not let you off. Therefore, I am going to bring you out now." "How is he going to bring us out?" "This is the A by courtyard." A trace of panic appeared on Chen Ziken's face. It was very likely that the only outcome would be to drag Ningqi into this. Therefore, she shook her head slightly, indicating for Ningqi to leave. "Don't worry. Just don't move around." Ningqi transmitted his voice, after which he bought 3 mystic low-grade invisibility talismans from the dragon slaying mall and flicked them on the 3 of them. In an instant, the 3 of them disappeared into thin air. At this moment, one of the guards seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes slightly. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Where did the 3 fellows that Lu Hui captured go? Did Lu Hui take them away? What? Chapter 441. Prison Break, where are they? We have been here the whole time. It is impossible for them to disappear right under our noses. Then what is going on? The 3 of them looked at each other and stood up. At this moment, the other prisoners realized that Chen Ziken and the other 2 had disappeared. They were shocked and immediately started to jeer. "Ha ha ha! Oying brothers, you must be blind. How could you let them escape from ABI courtyard? What a joke! Get me a glass of water. What a joke! I remember there were 3 puny Do Huangs locked up in there. They actually escaped from under their noses. None of you will be able to escape when the All Things Hall interrogates you. Those three seem to be related to the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region. The three Ouyang brothers, you're done for. It looks like it won't be long before you have to come in and accompany us. All of you shut up. Ouyang Daiha growled, took out the key from his waist and pointed it at them, only to see the fence suddenly burst out with arcs of electricity, electrocuting the guys who were causing the commotion, causing them to jump up and down, screaming endlessly. But their mouths did not let the three Ouyang brothers off, still mocking and cursing them. Big brother, ignore them first. Let's go and see what is going on. If they really disappeared, Lu Hui will definitely take the opportunity to blame it on us. Ouyang Dai Bao and Ouyang Daihu advised in a low voice. Ouyang Daiha kept the key and walked towards Chin Zikin and the other two with a cold expression. They observed from outside the bars for a few moments before Ouyang Daiha personally took out the key and opened the door. Ning Chi had been hiding about 10 feet away from them. The three did not notice him at all. After they opened the door, Ning Chi followed them in and gave Chin Zikin and the other two a look. Now that they had the invisibility talisman, they could see Ning Chi's figure. Where is he? Is he really gone? Ouyang Dai Bao looked around. The entire prison was empty. They can't see us. Chin Zikin and the other two looked at each other in shock. They finally understood why Ning Chi was so confident in bringing them out. They were all shocked by Ning Chi's methods. At the same time, they could not help but think of Ning Chi's identity. Brother Hua, I'm afraid he's really from the extraterrestrial demon realm. However, it's different from what the people from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion said. He's not ferocious at all. He even came to save us personally. Dian thought excitedly. At this time, Ning Chi flicked his finger, and a gust of wind shot towards the bars of another cell. When the three of them heard this movement, they subconsciously appeared in front of the bars where Ning Chi's gust of wind had created a dent. They frowned and looked at the dent. What is this? There seems to be an aura of Do Chi on it. Hey, you come here. Was there any movement here just now? Ouyang Daihu growled at the prisoners in the cell. The prisoner was a little afraid of the three of them. After hearing Ouyang Daihu's low growl, he was so scared that his whole body shivered. He walked to the bars in fear and shook his head like a rattled drum. No, now is the time. After the three of them were lured away by his finger wind, Ning Chi used the Dragon Slayer saber to cut the shackles on Chin Zikin and the other two into two. Quick, follow me. Ning Chi shouted in a low voice and fled outside with Chin Zikin and the other two. Clang! What's that sound? Where is it? The sound of the shackles breaking. Not good. They haven't left just now. Ouyang Daiha and the other two's expressions changed greatly. They immediately returned to the cells of Chin Zikin and the other two. Sure enough, they saw the shackles scattered on the ground. The cut was very flat, and there was a trace of heat. Obviously, it had just been cut. Chase! Ouyang Daiha finally reacted. The three of them were probably played by some strange little trick. His two younger brothers also reacted quickly. As soon as Ouyang Daiha said chase, they rushed to the steps. Stick to the wall. Ning Chi transmitted his voice. Halfway through their journey, the four of them immediately stuck close to the wall. They watched helplessly as the two brothers, Ouyang Daihu and Ouyang Dai Bao, crazily rushed past them. There's one more. The wind whistled, blowing everyone's long hair. Ouyang Daiha ran past them. Let's go. They can't see us. Ning Chi smiled at Chin Zikin and the other two. The three of them were somewhat dumbfounded, unable to react. Their hearts were filled with questions, but they also knew that this was not the time to ask. When we leave this place, we must ask Brother Hua how he did it. 3 grandmasters can't even detect us. Chin Zikin and the other two thought. Soon, under Ning Chi's lead, the 4 of them successfully left by courtyard. You guys can't stay in Lanyu town any longer. Hurry up and leave. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll be leaving too. Ning Chi waved at the three. Brother Hua, why don't we leave together? Di Yun said in a low voice. Yes, Lu Hui has been looking for you. For the reward from Heaven and Earth Pavilion, he won't let you go. Di Chio nodded. Chun Zikin looked at the people coming and going in front of him, but no one noticed them. Surprised, he said to Ning Chi, Young Master Hua, Lu Hui has already passed the news to Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Soon, experts from Heaven and Earth Pavilion will come. At the very least, they will be at the warrior level. You must be careful. There were 108 warrior generals in Heaven and Earth Pavilion. All of them were genius Do Zuns who were nearly invincible among those of the same rank. That was why they could obtain such a title. They were extremely frightening. Even if they couldn't compare to Jilo, they weren't too far off. Ning Chi smiled at Chin Zikin. Yes, I know. I know what to do. Then we'll leave first. Chen Zikin nodded solemnly at Ning Chi, after which he led the somewhat unwilling Di Yun and Di Chio away. Ning Chi watched their figures disappear from his field of vision before he smiled and returned to the Avicii courtyard. At this moment, Bai courtyard was very lively. Not only was Lu Hui there, but a few elders from Wanwu Hall were also there. They stood together with Ouyang Daiha and his two brothers, respectfully standing in front of a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was over 9 feet tall. His muscular arms were thicker than a woman's waist. He wore bronze armor. On the 2 shoulders of this armor, there were 2 small beasts that looked like qilins. Ning Chi's eyes stared blankly at these 2 qilin small beasts. Low-grade spiritual godstones. This amount is equivalent to 4 pieces. As expected, this dry bones forbidden ground not only has refining godstones, but also pure spiritual godstones. Wild joy surged in Ning Chi's heart, after which he glanced at this middle-aged man's attributes. Yu Ji, General of the Blue Moon Army's Dragon Slaying Camp. Hong Jiojin level. 1-star Do Zun cultivation method. Superior Earth rank Crimson Flame Diamond Body. Martial technique. Superior Earth rank Mountain Splitting Palm. Chapter 442. Battle Generals. Tell me, how did the 3 of them escape? Hong Jiujian looked coldly at Lu Hui. Lu Hui's expression was extremely ugly. He had just informed Hong Jiujian to help search for Ning Chi's whereabouts, but Chun Zikin and the other 2 had vanished from the Avicii court. At the thought of this, he looked at Ouyang Daiha and said coldly, General Hong, I'm afraid we have to ask the 3 Ouyang brothers about this. Ouyang Daiha lowered his head. His expression was a little awkward as he said, General Hong, the 3 of us have been guarding the Avicii courtyard. However, in the blink of an eye, those 3 fellows disappeared. We don't know what method they used. Disappeared in the blink of an eye, Hong Jiujin repeated in a low voice. Then his eyes turned extremely cold as killing intent emanated from his body. He bellowed at everyone. When the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's battle general arrives, are you going to tell him the same thing? Lu Hui and the rest lowered their heads in silence. Humph, what a piece of trash. Hong Jiujian snorted coldly. What are you waiting for? Seal, no matter what, you have to find the 3 of them. Otherwise, you will have to explain yourselves to the battle generals of the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth. Lying about military intelligence is not a small matter. If the battle general has a good temper, he might not bother with you. But if he has a bad temper, I don't need to tell you. You know the consequences, right? Yes, we understand, General Hong. Lu Hui and the rest hurriedly cupped their fists. At the same time, a dragon's roar sounded from outside Blue Moon Town. Damn dance, get out here. If you don't hand over the dragon blood fruits that you stole, I'll make Blue Moon Town suffer. What's going on? Hong Jiujian revealed a look of shock. This voice belongs to the rank 8 dragon giant spirit general from the Spirit Fruit Garden, who stole the dragon blood fruits from the Spirit Fruit Garden. Damn it, Could it be a fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region? Lu Hui whispered. Hong Jujian suddenly revealed a look of joy. Ha ha ha, that's right. It must be a fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region. I don't know why, but they like the dragon blood fruits that are useless to us humans. It must be them. When the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's battle general arrives, they will have this as evidence. It will prove that a fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region has appeared in Blue Moon Town. When Oying Daiha and the others heard this, their faces lit up with joy. Yes, this way, even if they couldn't catch Chinziken and the others, it would be enough to prove that they didn't lie to claim credit. Let's go and see how many dragons the giant spirit general has brought over this time. If we can take down the giant spirit general before the battle general arrives, it will be a great merit. Hong Jujian laughed loudly and waved his hand. Following that, Lu Hui and company followed Hong Jujian to the outskirts of Blue Moon Town. The dragon clan is really fast. Ning Qi looked at their backs and rubbed his nose. He had originally planned to find a chance to get rid of Lu Hui before leaving Blue Moon Town. Now, it seemed like there was no chance. The dragon clan valued the dragon blood fruit so much. Now that they had lost 13 of them, the battle in Blue Moon Town would probably last for a long time. Ning Qi thought about it and left the place. Fortunately, they almost caught up to us. Ding Lai, Fong Mo, and the others had just entered Blue Moon Town when the giant spirit general rushed over with a large group of dragons. If they were late by the time it took an incense stick to burn, they would probably be caught by the giant spirit general. Let's go. We can't stay in Blue Moon Town for long. Ding Lai said. Okay. Fong Mo nodded. Suddenly, Fong Bai pointed at a portrait on the wall and exclaimed, Isn't that guy Ning Qi? Shut up. Quiet. Ding Lai and Fong Mo immediately stopped Fong Bai with voice transmissions. Fong Bai was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. At that moment, many Blue Moon Army and Blue Moon Town teams rushed over. A few soldiers saw Fong by looking at the portrait on the wall with a strange expression and immediately walked over. Hey, do you know that guy? These soldiers scanned Ding Lai and the others' faces with vigilance. Yes, he was a member of the crippled Earth team. Ding Lai's expression did not change as he said calmly. His eyes revealed a hint of doubt. If you see him again, you must inform the Blue Moon Army. If you don't report what you know, you will bear the consequences. These soldiers swept a few glances at Ding Lai and the others. Not finding any flaws, they threatened them verbally before rushing out. At that moment, thousands of soldiers had already appeared outside Blue Moon Town and were confronting the giant spirit general and the dragon race. When Hong Jujin arrived, he looked at the giant spirit general and shouted, Giant spirit general, what are you doing in Blue Moon Town instead of staying in your orchard? Hong Jojin, you bunch of damned ants. You disregarded our agreement and sent people to my orchard to steal 13 dragon blood fruits. Today, you must hand over the dragon blood fruits and hand over the ants who stole them to me. Otherwise, you will suffer the wrath of Lord Giello. The giant spirit general's gargantuan body was like a dark cloud covering the sun, blocking out a large portion of the sunlight. A pair of furious eyes glared at Hong Jujin from the back of the dragon's face. With this roar, the rank 7 and rank 6 dragons behind the giant spirit general roared in unison. For a moment, the dragon roars were like rolling thunder, causing the eaves to tremble. Giello? Hong Jojin's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Are you afraid? Ha ha ha! Lord Giello will come to the orchard to retrieve the dragon blood fruits tomorrow. If he knows that the dragon blood fruits have been stolen by you bunch of filthy ants, I'm afraid that Blue Moon Town will be razed to the ground. The giant spirit general roared. Giant spirit general, we did not steal your dragon blood fruits. You cannot frame our Blue Moon Town for this matter, Hong Jujin said coldly. Who is so bold as to disobey the orders of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion? Didn't they say that we are not allowed to steal the dragon blood fruits of the dragon race to prevent the terrifying war of the century from 100 years ago? There were countless number of deaths and injuries in that big battle. Over 80 of the 108 battle generals from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion died. 7 or 8 of the 36 battle commanders also died, and 9 were seriously injured. Among them, the most famous battle commander Ao Ri could have broken through to the Do-D class. However, because of that battle, he could only be ranked last among the 108 battle generals. Wait, it seems that only demons from the extraterrestrial demon region like to steal the dragon blood fruits of the dragon race. Could it be extraterrestrial demon region? The various teams looked at each other in shock. That's right, isn't Blue Moon Town searching for the new member of the crippled Earth team? Could it be that this person is a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region? It's very possible. The giant spirit general naturally did not believe Hong Jiujian's words. He let out an extremely furious roar. If you don't admit it, then let's fight. Let's fight. Chapter 443. Chapter 443. Taking advantage of chaos, kill. Kill this group of filthy ants, foolish lizards and worms. All of you shall remain in Lan Yu Town today. This battle was extremely bloody. The Zhu Ling general and the other members of the dragon race were supported by a flame of fury in their hearts, allowing them to display extraordinary fighting strength. However, the Lan Yu Town side had the advantage in numbers. In an instant, both sides were evenly matched. Ning Qi had originally planned on leaving Lan Yu Town. However, when he saw that the battle outside was extremely chaotic and that even Ding Lai and the others had taken the opportunity to join in, he grabbed a handful of soil from the ground, wiped it on his face, and secretly flew to the head of a rank 6 dragon, killing it with one palm strike. Seeing Ning Qi appear out of nowhere, a few members of the Lan Yu army were stunned, after which they revealed expressions of admiration and said, "Good job!" After praising Ning Qi, they once again flew toward the second dragon. Ah, looks like they won't be able to discover me for a while. Ning Qi laughed softly in his heart. A pleased expression flashed across his eyes as he continued to take advantage of this chaotic battle. However, in order to avoid being discovered by the Zhu Ling general and Hong Jiujian, Ning Qi shifted his target to the rank 7 dragon after killing a few rank 6 dragons. At this moment, a rank 7 dragon was being surrounded and attacked by Ouying Daiha and a few peak Do Huangs not far from him. The health of this rank 7 dragon continued to decline. From over 1 million, it dropped to over 500,000 before dropping to over 200,000. During this process, the few peak Do Huangs had already lost their lives in its mouth. Only Ouyang Daiha was left to bitterly hold on. He was only a 1-star Dozong. He could only barely fight to a draw against this rank 7 low-grade dragon. It only has 50,000 life points left. Ning Qi took advantage of the opportunity and suddenly flew to the back of the rank 7 dragon and struck it with his palm. After the rank 7 dragon discovered this ant, Ning Qi, a look of disdain appeared in its eyes. It really did not care about the attack of a mere 5-star Do Huang. It focused on dealing with Ouyang Daiha. The 6th layer of the 18 dragons subduing palms had already increased the damage of the dragon, slaying Do Qi to a frightening additional 70%, coupled with the dragon slaying Do Qi's ability to ignore armor. This palm bombarded the rank 7 dragon race's body, causing its body to pause for a moment. Ouyang Daiha was also stunned for a moment and took the opportunity to punch it. Following that, the scales of the rank 7 dragon fell off one by one. With a loud bam, it exploded into a mist of blood. Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing the sun-chasing dragon of the lower 7th stage dragon clan. Obtain 300,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,500 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully advancing to a 6-star Do Huang. A ray of light enveloped Ning Qi. After a few breaths, the dragon slaying Do Qi in Ning Qi's body once again rose several times. Compared to before, his aura was even more profound and vigorous. What happened? Ouyang Daihe's face revealed a trace of shock as he stared blankly at his own fist. I killed it with one punch? Although he had discovered Ning Qi and seen Ning Qi advance during the battle, a 6-star Do Huang was not worthy of his attention. He also did not believe that Ning Qi had killed the sun-chasing dragon with one punch. Ning Qi was overjoyed. In a flash, he pounced toward the other rank 7 dragon clan. The feeling of fishing in troubled waters was really great. Time gradually passed. When the giant spirit general realized that only 3 rank 7 dragons were left, he let out a loud roar and pushed Hong Jujin back. After that, he turned around and fled with the remaining 3 dragons. Stop chasing. Hong Jujian extended his hand to stop the people who still wanted to give chase. If you meet Gaiero, all of you will die in his hands. Seeing this, Ningqi once again slapped an invisibility talisman on his body and hid in Blue Moon Town. He increasingly felt that the invisibility talisman was too useful. Opposite Tongtian River, Spirit Orchard, a handsome young man with a head full of red hair suddenly appeared beside the towering tree. After his eyes swept over the tree, his expression suddenly became incomparably ugly. Where did the giant spirit general go? Where did the dragon blood fruits go? The red-haired young man angrily roared in a low voice. Suddenly, his sharp eyes looked toward the horizon, just in time to see the giant spirit general flying over with the 3 rank 7 dragons. After a moment, they landed in front of the red-haired young man. The giant spirit general lowered his head, a trace of fear flashing in his dragon eyes. This subordinate greets Lord Gaiero. Gaiero looked coldly at the giant spirit general. Where is my dragon blood fruits? A terrifying aura swept out from his body and instantly locked onto the giant spirit general and the others. The dragon blood fruits were stolen by a filthy ant. The giant spirit general said in horror. The 3 rank 7 dragons were even worse off. Gaiero's superior dragon clan aura was too terrifying. One of them couldn't help but pee. The stench instantly filled the air. Gaiero suddenly looked at the rank 7 dragon clan member. Lord, the rank 7 dragon clan member who had peed looked at Gaiero in horror. He was about to explain when Gaiero punched him through the air. Boom! The rank 7 dragon clan member's body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Pieces of dragon flesh fell to the ground, the largest of which was only the size of a human fist. When the giant spirit general and the other 2 rank 7 dragons saw this, they began to tremble in fear. Giant spirit general, continue speaking. Who stole my dragon blood fruits? Gaiero looked coldly at the giant spirit general. It's someone from Blue Moon Town. The giant spirit general hurriedly said. Blue Moon Town. Gaiero muttered to himself. The next moment he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of the giant spirit general. Sir, are we going? A rank 7 dragon clan member asked blankly. Of course. The giant spirit general growled. Then they flew towards Blue Moon Town again. Blue Moon Town. The dragon-slaying camp had a total of 9 UG generals. Hong Jujian was one of them. Above him was a general who was only slightly weaker than the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's general. However, the general of the dragon-slaying camp was now standing respectfully beside a young man. The young man said indifferently, Where's the fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region? Where is he? The general's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Hong Jujian took the initiative to step forward and cupped his fists. Battle General Tianqi, it's a long story. It's a long story, so let's make it short. Tianqi looked at Hong Jiujin indifferently. Hong Jiujin's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Yes. Then he briefly explained the situation. After that, he lowered his head, feeling a little nervous. He did not know if Battle General Tianqi would accept his explanation. Who are you? The 3 witnesses disappeared, and the dragon blood fruits that Gallero planted were stolen by the fiend from the extraterrestrial fiend region. He will come to Blue Moon Town today or tomorrow. Tianqi looked at Hong Jiujin and said indifferently, That's right. Hong Jiujin nodded respectfully. Chapter 444. Chapter 444. Don't be arrogant, Boom. A dragon tail that was hundreds of feet long descended from the sky and heavily struck Lanyu Town. A pale blue ripple appeared in the sky above Lanyu Town, blocking the attack. However, the huge impact still caused the ground of Lanyu Town to shake violently. Following that, the dragon tail continued to whip the sky above Lanyu Town. The pale blue ripple seemed to be unable to withstand it and became much thinner. What rank is this dragon at? Look at this power. Don't tell me Giello is here? If it really is Giello, how can our Lanyu Town defend against him? Everyone in Lanyu Town raised their heads to look at the sky. They were stunned as they watched the dragon tail strike their heads. If Lanyu Town did not have the formation that a Dosheng had laid down, it was likely that they would have already turned into minced meat. So strong, Ningqi could not help but sigh in his heart as he felt the power of the dragon tail. If he was hit by this dragon tail, even his 400,000 HP would be useless. Giello, don't be arrogant. A ray of light shot into the sky. The next moment, an incomparably huge blade appeared in the sky and slashed at the dragon tail. The dragon tail did not retreat and met the blade. At the moment of collision, the world seemed to have lost all sound and became incomparably silent. Following that, with the dragon tail and the blade as the center, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed, causing everyone to involuntarily squint their eyes. Boom! A wave of air that could be seen with the naked eye spread in all directions. Some people subconsciously raised their hands to block it, forgetting the existence of Lanyu Town's defensive formation. In the sky, 2 figures appeared. One of them had red hair and a handsome face. From the looks of it, he seemed to be in his 20s. It's Giello. It's indeed him. This red hair can't escape. There's actually someone in our Lanyu Town who can exchange one blow with Giello. Who is that? Everyone first looked at Giello in shock, then turned to look at Tianqi. This is the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's 37th Battle General Tianqi. Some people had seen Tianqi before and recognized him at this moment. Amidst the shock, a trace of joy rose in their hearts. With Tianqi Battle General here, at least Gallero would not be able to break through Blue Moon Town today. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion's apocalyptic Battle General. No wonder he was able to exchange a blow with Gallero. However, he's ranked 37th, so he shouldn't be a match for Gallero, right? Not necessarily. After all, the Apocalypse Warlord has been famous for a long time. It is said that he is more than 300 years old. Gariello has only become famous in the past 7 or 8 years. Right now, we're talking about strength, not experience. If we really want to talk about experience, who can live longer than the Dragon Clan? An ordinary dragon can live up to 300 years. That's true. At that moment, Hong Jiujian and the other UG generals were waiting with their subordinates, ready to attack Gallero at any time. Tianqi, your cultivation seems to have regressed? Gallero looked at Tianqi with a sneer on his face. Tianqi smiled and said, I'm getting old. I'm either improving or regressing. I'm not as energetic as you. Why have you come to my Blue Moon Town today? What do you want to do? Ha ha ha. Gallero was so angry that he laughed. You ants stole 13 of my dragon blood fruits and stirred up trouble. Now you ask me what I want to do. If you don't return the dragon blood fruits to me and hand over the ants who stole them, I will burn 1,000 years of my life to raze your Blue Moon town to the ground." His voice spread throughout the entire Blue Moon town with the help of his dochi, burning 1,000 years of his life. It was unexpected that the other party would be so angry this time. With Gaello's strength, his lifespan was only 7,000 to 8,000 years. If he burned 1,000 years of his life, he would probably be able to obtain the strength of a battle sage in a short time. Destroying Blue Moon Town would not be a problem. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Even Ning Chi was considering whether he should escape right now. After all, he was the instigator. It would be a tragedy if the other party found out and dragged him out. Surprise flashed in Tian Chi's eyes as he frowned slightly. "Goello, your dragon blood fruits were not stolen from my Blue Moon Town. You should know who did it. Coming to my Blue Moon Town is purely to cause trouble." "You mean the demons from the extraterrestrial devil region?" Goello sneered as he looked at Tian Chi. Tian Chi nodded. "Only they would steal the dragon blood fruits of your dragon clan. You know that the dragon blood fruits are useless to us. Don't tell me that those demons aren't from your human race. I don't care. If you don't return the 13 dragon blood fruits to me today, then what?" Tian Chi asked coldly. "Then I will use the lives of 130,000 ants to repay the debt." Gaello growled and attacked Tian Chi. The two of them clashed in an instant. The aftermath of the battle was so intense that no one could open their eyes. At this moment, Ding Lai and the others stood in a corner of Blue Moon Town, looking at each other expressionlessly. Did Goello just say that the 13 dragon blood fruits are gone? Ding Lai asked calmly. "Yes, I heard it too." Fong Mo nodded. "That's impossible. We only got 3 dragon blood fruits. Is he trying to extort us?" Fong Bai said with a frown. "Could it be that someone got there before us?" A girl asked suspiciously. "Got there before us? Then why are there 3 dragon blood fruits left?" Ding Lai was about to shake his head when his expression suddenly changed. Fong Mo also looked at him. The two of them said in unison, "Someone was there when we picked the dragon blood fruits." Who could it be? Everyone came to their senses. A trace of horror flashed in their eyes. They felt a lingering fear when they thought that their actions of picking the dragon blood fruits could have been seen by someone. "I don't think it's a local expert from the Dry Bones, Forbidden Land," Ding Lai said. "Senior brother Ding, you are the strongest person who came to Blue Moon Town this time. None of the peak emperor fighters at the 3rd stage of life and death came here. Who could have reached the spirit fruit orchard before us?" Everyone was confused. They could not figure it out. Those 3, 4, and even 7 or 8-star Do Huangs would not dare to go to the spirit fruit orchard, even if they were given 10 times the courage. With their cultivation, going would only be sending them to their deaths. Wait, there is another guy in Blue Moon Town besides Senior Brother Ding and Fong Mo. Who? Ning Chi. Fong Mo's expression changed when he heard the name. Could it be him? Ding Lai lowered his head and muttered to himself, "No matter what, let's escape first." Someone suggested, "Yes." Up in the sky, Gaello and Tian Chi were equally matched. The more they fought, the angrier Gaello became. Suddenly, he roared and a ball of flame ignited on his body. "Wait, I have a clue about that demon." Chapter 445. Chalcedony Cushion Speak. Goello looked at Tian Chi coldly, the flames on his body still burning as if ready to burn his life. "It should be him," Tian Chi said. With that he waved his hand. Fighting energy seeped out of his body and bloomed into a beautiful human face in the air. It was none other than Ning Chi. F*CK. There's no evidence at all. You can't accuse me like this. Ning Chi started running. What? Ning Chi? He stole 13 dragon blood fruits from the spirit garden? How did he do it? A small group of people looked at the face that was condensed from Do Chi in the sky, and their faces were filled with shock. It really is Ning Chi. Ding Lai and the others were about to leave Blue Moon Town when they saw the face in the sky. They looked at each other in shock and quickened their pace. Stop! No one can leave Blue Moon Town without the general's order. A few soldiers stopped Ding Lai and the others. Ding Lai and the others attacked without hesitation. These soldiers were only ordinary 8 or 9 Stardo Huang. They were no match for Ding Lai and the others. They were suppressed in an instant. It should be him? So you're not sure? If you know it's him, why don't you capture him and hand him over to me? Gaelo said coldly. How could a demon from the outer demon region just stand there and wait for me to capture them? Their movements are extremely mysterious and unpredictable. How about this? You and I will work together to capture him. If we can't find any dragon blood fruits on him, there are still some in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. I can make the decision to compensate you with 13 dragon blood fruits. General Tian Chi said. You're so kind. Gaelo sneered. There must be a trap waiting for me. You bunch of ants are just too cunning. Haha, Gaelo, are you afraid? It's simple. You and I will capture the demon from the extraterrestrial demon region. You take the dragon blood fruits, and I only want him. If you don't dare, we can continue fighting. Even if you burn 1,000 years of your life, you may not be able to raze Blue Moon Town to the ground. I just need to hold on for a few days, and the Heaven and Earth Pavilion will send other generals. Are you sure you can beat us then? Galelo pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, All right, deal. At this time, the giant spirit general and the others finally arrived, just in time to see Galelo and the Apocalypse Battle General enter Blue Moon Town together. They were shocked. This trip to Blue Moon Town has yielded 10 dragon blood fruits and nearly 100,000 dragon slayer coins. I've even leveled up twice. It's not a wasted trip. There are still 20 days before we leave the Dry Bones Forbidden Area. Let's see if I can earn another 100,000 Dragon Slayer coins during this time. As Ning Chi fled Blue Moon Town, he thought to himself, now that I have about 210,000 dragon slaying coins, I can purchase all sorts of inferior grade heaven ranked martial techniques in the dragon slaying merchant city. There are even a few medial grade heaven ranked martial techniques that are only 200,000 dragon slaying coins. However, Ning Chi wanted the 6-pulse divine sword. After all, it was a long-range combat divine technique. However, the 6-pulse divine sword was only slightly weaker than the 18 dragon subduing palms. It was a peak grade heaven ranked martial technique and required 3 million dragon slaughtering coins. To Ning Chi, this was a horrifying sum. It was impossible to save up so many dragon slaughtering coins. He could save up 100,000 dragon slaughtering coins, but 3 million? Ning Chi estimated that he wouldn't be able to purchase anything in the dragon slaying merchant city for a few years to save up this amount of dragon slaughtering coins. It would be better to use the dragon slaughtering coins to increase his strength. As long as his cultivation increased, it would be easier to obtain dragon slaughtering coins in the future. There were 2 ways to increase one's strength. In terms of cultivation, killing monsters and gaining experience was enough. Medicinal pills were not very helpful to him. In terms of martial techniques, he had the 18 dragon subduing palms and the horizon bright moon saber. He also had the dragon elephant prajna art as a cultivation technique and the dragon slaying saber as a weapon. This dragon elephant prajna art seems to have not improved for a long time. Ning Chi made a decision in his heart. He was prepared to buy a medial grade cultivation training ground for a few days and go into seclusion for a few years to raise the dragon elephant prajna art to the 5th level. At that time, his HP would reach more than 1 million. It could be considered as an indirect increase in his strength. Sitting for a few years was not something an ordinary person could do. Only those old demons of the battle sage level could sit and cultivate for dozens of years. With a goal in mind, Ning Chi began to calculate the time it would take to raise the dragon elephant prajna art from the 4th level to the 5th level. His current proficiency in the dragon elephant prajna art was 4th level 21500/1000000. He still needed 78,500 proficiency points. According to the calculation of increasing 1 proficiency point per hour, a day of nonstop cultivation could increase 24 points, more than 700 points a month, more than 8,400 points a year. Ning Chi's face was already a little pale at this point. This would take at least 9 years. Sitting for 9 years. Thinking of this, Ning Chi immediately immersed his mind into the dragon-slaying merchant city. There must be something that can increase the speed of cultivation. Sure enough, after searching for a while, 3 things entered his field of vision. Heaven rank lower grade 9 revolutions golden pill can increase the host's cultivation speed for a short period of time. Price: 200,000 dragon slaughtering coins. A short period of time? The system did not clearly say how long a short period of time was. Furthermore, it required 200,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Ning Chi only hesitated for a moment before eliminating this 9 revolutions golden pill. Earth rank top grade jade marrow mat can increase the speed of cultivation by 2 times. Price: 30,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Effect lasts for 1 year. Heaven rank lower grade jade marrow mat can increase the speed of cultivation by 3 times. Price: 60,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Effect lasts for 1 year. The former required him to buy 4, spending 120,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Then it could reduce Ning Chi's meditation time to about 4 years. The latter required him to buy 3, spending 180,000 dragon slaughtering coins. His meditation time was reduced to 3 years. Ning Chi thought for a moment and chose the Earth rank top grade jade marrow mat. Purchase intermediate cultivation training field for 5 days. A total of 5,000 dragon slaughtering coins will be collected from the host. The host can enter the training field at any time in a non-combat state. Non-combat state after 1 hour out of combat. Enter now. A light flashed, and Ning Chi was teleported to the intermediate cultivation training field by the system. Ning Chi took out a jade marrow mat from his spatial bag. It was round, about 2 feet in diameter, just enough for a person to sit on. It was 1 centimeter thick. The entire mat looked like a piece of crystal, clear jade. There was a faint, vigorous aura emitting from it. Ning Chi took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Then he placed the jade marrow mat on the ground and sat on it. He began to cultivate the dragon elephant prajna art. Sure enough, his cultivation speed doubled. He could increase 2 proficiency points in an hour. After Ning Chi entered the training ground, Giello, an apocalypse battle general, happened to fly over his head. Wait, Giello frowned and stopped. His eyes swept over the place where Ning Chi had just disappeared. What did you find? Tianchi General frowned. I just felt a very strange aura. Forget it. Let's search other places. Chapter 446. For years of hard work in the intermediate training field. As the days passed, Ning Chi's beard grew by more than half a foot. After a while, he stood up from the jade marrow mat. The mat cracked and turned into powder. 1 year. Ning Chi looked at the powder on the ground and bought a top-grade earth step jade marrow mat from the dragon-slaying mall. Then he sat on it again, eyes half closed, and continued to cultivate the dragon elephant prajna art. This place also had 4 seasons. In spring, it was bright and beautiful with a myriad of colors. In summer, the sun was scorching hot like fire. In autumn, the fragrance of golden osmanthus wafted, and the mountains were covered with red leaves. In winter, snow fluttered and white snow covered the ground. When the snowflakes fell on Ning Chi, they were evaporated by the battle energy in his body almost instantly. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes. The jade marrow mat under his, but had shattered again. Another year. 2 years had passed, and his proficiency in the dragon elephant prajna art was more than half. In another 2 years, he would be able to break through. This was the first time Ning Qi had been in seclusion for so long. He felt that the trace of restlessness in his heart had been worn away with the passage of time. At first, he had to get up and stretch after meditating for a month. But now he could stay still for half a year. Ning Qi stood in the stone pavilion, looking into the distance. He stood there quietly for 10 minutes, then bought another jade marrow mat from the dragon-slaying mall. In the outside world, Jielo and Tianqi had been searching for Ning Qi. Naturally, they couldn't find Ning Qi, but they caught a few demons from the extraterrestrial demon region. These unlucky guys were searched by Jielo several times, but he couldn't find the dragon blood fruit. Then Tianqi sent them to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. As a result, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion sent out a few more generals to search for the demons. If Tianqi hadn't promised to give the dragon blood fruit to Jielo in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, if he couldn't find the dragon blood fruit in a month, Jielo would have fallen out with him. The ancient, desolate land. This was once the battlefield between the human clan and the dragon clan. Many experts of the human clan and the peak experts of the dragon clan had fallen here. Hence, not only had many demonic beasts gathered here, but many bandits from the human race had also gathered here. They were searching for the dough weapons and medicinal pills left behind by their predecessors. These bandits were not ordinary people. There was no lack of dough shuns and dough D-class experts among them. Finally, they formed a special faction. Normally, they would have their own camps. However, they would gather together to deal with outsiders. Even the Heaven and Earth Pavilion only sent a few warriors to guard this place, symbolically. They would not interfere too much with the ancient, desolate land. After all, they still hoped that these bandits could be the dragon tribe's first line of defense during the war with the dragon tribe. As long as they catch us, they will discover our true identities in no time. Why don't we find a place to hide? When the time is right, we will return to the Cloud Rising sect. This time around, we have obtained quite a number of ancient dough weapons and ancient medicinal pills. We even found a set of Earth rank Qi method in the tomb yesterday. This trip to the Withered Bones Forbidden Area was not in vain. Senior sister, they have been searching more and more diligently recently. A young man looked at Li Mengqi and whispered. Around him were 4 or 5 people of similar age and cultivation. They obviously had the same idea as the young man. Seeing this, Li Mengqi thought for a moment and nodded. All right, Zhuijun's words make sense. 300 miles from here is the territory of the Yellow Mountain Bandits. The scouts from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion would not dare to be too brazen there. We can choose to go to the Yellow Mountain Bandits and wait for the time to return. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art. Following the sound of the system's notification, Ning Qi felt a surging life force in his body. He then looked at his attributes and saw that his life force was continuously rising. In the end, it rose all the way to 141,3450 before it stopped. 1 million life points. This level of life points is already higher than an ordinary rank 7 dragon. Among the human race, even a Dou Zong does not have such high life points. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. He was very satisfied with the result of this retreat. However, he looked at the proficiency of the dragon elephant prajna art. The 6th level required a total of 1 million points. It was 10 times higher than the 5th level. Even if he used a top-grade earth-rank jade essence as a cushion, he would have to meditate for a full 50 years. There are some items in the Dragon Slaying Mall that are more expensive than the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. They can increase the speed of training. Looks like I need to earn more Dragon Slayer coins if I want to reach the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art in the future. Thinking of this, Ningqi used the devouring dragon fire to tidy up the excess hair on his body and left the intermediate training ground. Only a little more than 4 days had passed in the outside world. Hey, who are you? He suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Could he be a demon from the heavenly devil region? Very likely. The 4 one-star Dozongs stared at Ningqi, who appeared beside their bonfire in shock. When they suspected that Ningqi was a demon, their auras instantly erupted and locked onto Ningqi. The corner of Ningqi's mouth curled into a bitter smile. He said to the 4, "You guys have nothing better to do. Do you have nothing better to do? Take him down." 4 different colored martial arts techniques responded to Ningqi. Boom! Ningqi was directly blasted through the air, heavily landing on the ground. Just when they were confident that Ningqi was heavily injured and were about to rush over to capture him, Ningqi suddenly leaped up from the ground and summoned Little Violet. Little Violet transformed into a beam of purple light and flew into the distance. How is this possible? If I didn't see wrongly, he is only a 6-star Do Huang, right? He can actually endure a strike from the 4 of us and can still move. From the looks of it, he is definitely a demon from the heavenly devil region. Chase! The 4 one-star Dozongs directly chased after Ningqi. Their speed was also very fast, but Little Violet's speed was even faster. Although Little Violet's cultivation was much weaker compared to these 4, in terms of speed, it wouldn't lose out to them. Hence, the 2 of them chased while fleeing. Unknowingly, they had already entered the ancient, desolate land. During this period of time, Ningqi checked the attributes of the 4 and discovered that they were actually 4 brothers. Also, there was a majestic nickname in front of their names. They were the Sky Ghost, Earth Ghost, Mystic Ghost, and Yellow Ghost of the 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault. You 4 old ghosts, can you stop chasing? Chase, chase, chase. Can you guys catch up to me? Ningqi sat behind Little Violet as he shouted at the 4 of them. The one with the most violent temper, Yellow Ghost, was so angry that he screamed, "Brat, don't get caught by me, your grandpa, or I will skin you alive." 4th brother, lower your voice. We are now in the ancient, desolate land. Don't attract the attention of the bandits nearby. Chapter 447. Chapter 447. Ancient Dragon Domain Yellow Ghost shut his mouth after being scolded by Sky Ghost. He stared intently at Ningqi, and his flying speed seemed to have increased a little. I can't go on like this. The Jade Scroll seems to say that the ancient desolate land is also very dangerous. There are all kinds of bandits, and the strongest among them are D-level monsters. At that thought, Ningqi glanced at his Dragon Slayer coins balance. 95,000. Haha, you old fellows, just you wait. The corner of Ningqi's mouth curled into a cold smile as he rummaged through the dragon slaying store and found an item. Silver Dragon Cannon, 50,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Purchase. With a ding, Ningqi's Dragon Slayer coins were deducted by 50,000. What's that? The 4 old ghosts looked at the silver tubular object in Ningqi's hand, and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. The next moment, a silver cannonball suddenly shot toward them from the object. It was extremely fast, and Sky Ghost, who was flying at the front, could not react in time and was sent flying thousands of feet away by the silver dragon cannon. Big Brother. The remaining 3 ghosts were shocked and turned to fly toward Sky Ghost. At this moment, Sky Ghost's clothes had already been blasted to pieces, and he was vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. If not for the Do-Chi in his body, subconsciously forming a protective shield to protect his vitals, it was likely that he would have been a corpse by now. So powerful. Sky Ghost watched Ningqi's back disappear from his sight and involuntarily let out a sigh. Ningqi was indeed worthy of being a demon from the outer demon region. A mere 6-star Do Huang actually possessed such a trump card. Just what was that thing? Big Brother, are you all right? Yellow Ghost looked at Sky Ghost with a nervous expression. Sky Ghost shook his head. I won't die yet. Should we continue chasing? Earth Ghost asked in a low voice. Not for now. The thing in his hand is too powerful. Sky Ghost said. Wait, I know why this person looks so familiar. Man Ghost suddenly shouted. He is the demon that Tianchi General and Giello are looking for. Seems like it. Earth Ghost thought for a moment, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Then let's send news of him to Tianchi General. We can also obtain a handsome reward. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to enter the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Yellow Ghost said excitedly. Yes, let's do that. Sky Ghost nodded. Then the 4 ghosts turned around and flew in the direction of Blue Moon Town. Ning Chi's lips curled up slightly when he saw that the 4 old men weren't chasing after him. If they had known that the Silver Dragon Cannon had a cooldown period of 24 hours, the outcome would have been completely different. After taking a few glances at the Silver Dragon Cannon, Ning Chi carefully stored it into his spatial bag. For a long period of time, this Silver Dragon Cannon would be his trump card. If he used it well, he would be able to kill any Dozong below 3 stars. Come, eat more. Ning Chi smiled and grabbed a handful of low-grade Profound Stage Spirit Cultivation Pills to feed Little Z. Little Purple turned its head and swallowed it in one gulp. Then its eyes were filled with surprise, and it excitedly called out to Ning Chi a few times. Ning Chi laughed and said, You also know that this is a good thing, right? Your meals will be upgraded in the future. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Z called out happily. After flying for a while and making sure that the 4 ghosts weren't chasing after him, Ning Chi recalled Little Z back into the demon pet space. There were many bandits in the ancient desolate land, and flying in the sky was too eye-catching. Landing on the ground, Ning Chi observed the surrounding environment. There were fewer trees here, and most of it was yellow soil. There was only one big tree every few hundred feet. At a glance, everything within a few hundred feet was clear. According to the description in the Jade Slip, the resources in the ancient desolate land were much higher than Blue Moon Town, but the degree of danger was also higher. Ning Chi was interested in the bandits here. It was said that the bandits here were all extremely rich. Ning Chi planned to make a deal with them and earn a sum of money in the final moments. Little Six has inherited ancient memories. I wonder if it knows anything about the ancient, desolate, forbidden land? Ning Chi suddenly thought of this and immediately released Little Six from the demon pet space. Ayaya, I'm suffocating. Boss, can you not lock me in there for so long in the future? As soon as Little Six came out, it complained to Ning Chi. Ning Chi didn't say anything. He just grabbed a handful of low-grade, profound, rank spirit nurturing pills and threw it to the left. Little Six immediately flew over and swallowed it. Then Ning Chi threw it to the right. After throwing it dozens of times, Little Six was like a well-behaved puppy flying around. Finally, seeing that Ning Chi didn't throw the spirit nurturing pills anymore, it flew in front of Ning Chi and opened its mouth. Enough nonsense, right? Ning Chi looked at it and smiled faintly. He had spent 100,000 dragon slaying coins on this guy. In the end, other than complaining and closing its mouth in disdain, it had no fighting strength at all. Ning Chi was very unhappy with it. Quick, give me a few more. They taste good, Little Six said expectantly. If you want to eat it, you have to do something for me. Ning Chi smiled. Do something? I'm not good at fighting. Why don't I dance for you? After Little Six finished speaking, its body was instantly shrouded in mist, and it twisted its slender body in front of Ning Chi. Who wants to see you dance? Look at this place, is it familiar? Ning Chi rolled his eyes at it and said, This place. Little Six looked left and right, then closed its eyes again. Suddenly it said in surprise, This aura, it's so familiar. Where is this? 100,000 years ago? 200,000 years ago? This place is called the Dry Bones Forbidden Land. It's said to be a corner of the Dragon Continent that was broken in ancient times. Ning Chi said, No wonder. Little Six came to a sudden realization. Suddenly his eyes moved slightly and his expression became serious. Without Ning Chi's instructions, he flew up into the sky. Not long after, his figure disappeared from Ning Chi's sight. After about 10 minutes, Little Six flew down again. It said to Ning Chi with a serious face, "I know where this place is." Ning Chi asked curiously, "You know? Where is this place?" "A million years ago, this place had another name, the Ancient Dragon Domain." Little Six said solemnly, "Ancient Dragon Domain? That sounds like a big deal." The curiosity in Ning Chi's eyes deepened. "When can you leave here?" Little Six said. "What's wrong?" Ning Chi's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. "Tell me everything at once. Don't hesitate." "In ancient times, my heavenly dragon clan once sealed a disobedient little guy here. It has now, since my arrival, although it can't break free from the seal. We should leave this place as soon as possible. I'm still in my infancy. I'm no match for it," Little Six said in a low voice. As soon as it finished speaking, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. Yes, it was an eye and nothing else. The eye stared straight at Ning Chi and Little Six, and disappeared after a breath's time. Ning Chi was dumbfounded. Chapter 448. Chapter 448. Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well-heaven and earth pavilion. Adodi suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted his head to look at the sky. His eyes revealed a trace of horror. This aura within the dragon tribe, a huge dragon the size of a large mountain, suddenly woke up from its sleep and looked at the sky in shock. In the ancient desolate land, over a dozen bandit leaders walked out from their retreat grounds. Their expressions were grave as they looked at the sky. Everyone who saw this, I was shocked. Of course, compared to those old demons, they were even more horrified and doubtful. They did not understand what kind of existence the owner of this eye was. The heavenly river suddenly boiled. A moment later, the river water gathered into a monster that was over 1,000 feet long. It quietly surfaced from the water and looked at the sky blankly. A moment later, it once again turned into river water. Ning Chi was stunned as he asked, "This eye, is it the little fellow that was suppressed by your heavenly dragon tribe here?" "It seems it is it. I have not seen it for a long time, and I am a little uncertain." Xiaolong tilted his head and thought for a long while before replying. "If this is a little fellow, what are you? Bacteria?" Ning Chi asked with a calm face. "I am not of age yet, right? Speaking of which, what are bacteria?" Little Six said unhappily, after which his face was filled with curiosity. He did not know what the hell the bacteria that Ning Chi was talking about was. "Bacteria, why are you asking about this? Who exactly is the owner of that eye? How strong is it? We cannot leave this place now. It is not time yet." Ning Chi asked somewhat anxiously. The shock that the eye gave him was really too great. Ning Chi did not have such a feeling when facing Meng Qingling and the group of Do Sheng level old demons. Could it be that this was a Do Di? It is a little fellow. As for what race it is, you will not understand even if I tell you. Let's temporarily treat it as a demonic beast. Its strength is about 1/3 of my peak strength. Little Six said. "How strong were you at your peak? Peak Dodi? No, it should be more than that." Ning Chi recalled that within the dragon tribe, the 10th rank was equivalent to a Dodi. However, there was another rank within the dragon tribe, the 11th rank. This was definitely an existence that surpassed the Dodi class. Ning Chi did not know the specific name of this realm. Looks like you are also aware that there is an even higher realm above the Dodi. My realm is only 5 to 6 levels higher than a Dodi. As for this little fellow, it appears to be 1 level lower than me. Let's not say any more unnecessary words. Hurry up and find a place to hide. It has lived in this place for so many years. How could it not have a few subordinates? If I'm caught, I won't let you off even if I die. How dare you bring me to such a dangerous place when I'm still a child? Little Six said. 5 to 6 levels higher than a Dodi? Ning Qi stood blankly on the spot. How could there be an existence that was 5 or 6 levels higher than a Dodi? What level was that? He opened his mouth to ask little Six, but this guy would rather die than say anything. Ning Qi then went to ask the system, and the system's answer was very simple. Host currently does not have the authority to know. No authority. Yes. Ning Qi's expression was a little ugly. He thought that he knew enough, but now it seemed that he was still a frog in a well. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Why don't you hide? Just now that little fellow has already locked onto our position. If you don't leave now, just wait for death. Seeing Ning Qi daydreaming, little Six swung his tail at Ning Qi's face. I'll teach you a lesson when we get out. Ning Qi glared at little Six, then put him into the demon pet space and left the place. About an hour after he left, a young man appeared in the place where Ning Qi had stood before. His nose twitched a few times, and he frowned and said, "Why did the smell disappear?" "Senior sister, run quickly. I'll stay and deal with him." Zhuo Jun shouted at Li Mingqi, then turned around and faced a fighting master who was chasing them. This fighting master was the leader of the Yellow Mountain Robbers, Huang Haoren. He was a 1-star fighting master, 8 feet tall, and had a hideous face. At this moment, there was a trace of a sinister smile hanging on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Li Mingqi and the others. Li Mingqi and the others originally planned to sneak into the Yellow Mountain Robbers and wait for the time to return to the Cloud Rising sect. However, they didn't expect that the leader of the Yellow Mountain Robbers, Huang Haoren, was a pervert. He wanted Li Mingqi to become his 18th wife. Li Mingqi naturally refused, but she was afraid that Huang Haoren would kill her, so she pretended to be obedient. After finding an opportunity, she escaped from the Yellow Mountain Robbers with her junior brothers and sisters. However, Huang Haoren was already prepared, and in less than 10 minutes he caught up with them. "Zhuo Jun!" Li Mingqi stopped, and a trace of pity appeared on her face. Seeing this, the other junior brothers and sisters also stopped, and together with Li Mingqi, they faced Huang Haoren, a trace of determination on their faces. "Why are you still here?" Zhuo Jun shouted anxiously. "Ha ha ha, where can you escape to? Little lady, why can't you obediently be my wife? Why do you have to run? Actually, I already knew that your origins are a little strange. Are you demons from the outer devil region?" Huang Haoren flew in front of everyone and looked at Li Mingqi and the others like a cat playing with a mouse. "So you don't want me to be your wife, but you want to hand us over to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion?" Li Mingqi coldly looked at Huang Haoren. "Ha ha ha! Why would I hand you over to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion? If you can bring me to the outer devil region, I might let you live today." Huang Haoren laughed loudly. The corners of Li Mingqi and the others' mouths were lifted into mocking smiles when they heard this. A 1-star Do Zong like Huang Haoren wanted to go to the Cloud Rising sect? Even if he could go to the Cloud Rising sect, Meng Qingling and the others would be waiting for him. They could easily crush Huang Haoren like an ant with a flick of their fingers. A trace of anger flashed across Huang Haoren's eyes when he saw the mocking smiles on the corner of their mouths. "You can still laugh when you are about to die?" Li Mingqi's expression was a little ugly. Huang Haoren was right. If nothing unexpected happened, they would likely face a great disaster today. Li Mingqi had the highest cultivation among them, but she was only at the peak of a 1-star Do Huang. She was only half a step away from breaking through to a 2-star Do Huang. However, as the Sword River sect was one of the top 36 sects, her actual fighting strength was probably equivalent to an ordinary 6-star Do Huang. Together with Zhuo Jun and the others, they could at most deal with an ordinary peak Do Huang. They might not even be able to win. Huang Haoren's talent was very ordinary, but he was a true 1-star Do Zong. Compared to the peak Do Huang they could deal with, he had one more life and death threshold. "I will fight it out with you." Zhuo Jun roared and suddenly attacked Huang Haoren. Li Mingqi shouted when she saw this. Everyone attack together. You demons from the outer devil region are really bold. Huang Haoren laughed in anger. Chapter 449. Chapter 449 Inch, There is no way. Li Mingqi looked at Huang Haoren with a mocking expression. If there really was a way, she was willing to tell him. Still stubborn? Look at your tender skin. I wonder how long you can endure. Huang Haoren revealed a lewd smile and slowly extended his hand toward Li Mingqi. Stop! Zhuijun and the rest roared angrily. However, they were already heavily injured and could only watch the scene unfold before their eyes. Li Mingqi's eyes revealed a trace of despair. The Dou Qi in her dantian suddenly became wild. Just as she was about to commit suicide, a voice sounded behind Huang Haoren. Hey, what are you doing? It's Ning Qi. Zhuijun and the rest revealed a trace of joy in their eyes. However, they immediately reacted. No matter how strong Ning Qi was, he could not be a match for Huang Haoren. It was just one more person dying. Li Mingqi looked at Ning Qi and subconsciously shouted, Go! Oh, another demon? Huang Haoren stood up and looked at Ning Qi. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Brat, you are with them, right? Yes, I guess so. Ning Qi looked at Huang Haoren and nodded with a smile. Ha ha ha. I wonder if you are willing to tell me the way to the outer devil region? Huang Haoren laughed wildly. Why should I tell you? Do I want you to die? Ning Qi frowned slightly. He sized up Huang Haoren and said, A mere one-star Do Zone wants to go to the outer devil region? Should I say that you are arrogant or ignorant? You. Huang Haoren's eyes emitted a ball of anger. He appeared in front of Ning Qi in an instant and reached out to grab Ning Qi's neck. His movement was very fast, but it seemed that he was slower than Fang, and Ning Qi directly slammed his palm toward Huang Haoren. 6 silver dragons came out of his body and emitted a clear dragon roar. What palm technique is this? Huang Haoren took 3 steps back after exchanging a blow with Ning Qi. Ning Qi took dozens of steps back before dissipating the force of Huang Haoren's palm. His HP had dropped by over 30,000 points. Li Mingqi revealed a shocked expression. Senior Ning is so strong. Seeing this, Zhuijun and the others' eyes lit up with hope once again. At the same time, they were shocked that Ning Qi was able to exchange a blow with Huang Haoren. Suddenly, they noticed something. Look at Ning Qi's cultivation base. 6-star Do Huang? Impossible. How many days has it been since his last breakthrough? This kind of cultivation speed is too terrifying. Could it be that his cultivation method belongs to the type of accumulation type? Is it similar to the Sikong clan's Ardent Sun reincarnation technique? Hiss! The few of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were deeply shocked by Ning Qi's advancement speed. The Ardent Sun reincarnation technique that they spoke of was the top cultivation method of the Sikong clan, the head of the 9 great clans. Only the direct descendants could practice it. During the early stages of training in the Ardent Sun reincarnation art, one's training progress would be extremely slow. For example, an ordinary disciple of the 9 great clans might only need a short year or even half a year or even a few months to break through from a Do to a Dosher. However, the direct descendants of the Sikong clan, who were extremely talented after training in the Ardent Sun reincarnation art, might need 10 to 20 years to break through from a Do to a Dosher. However, what was different from an ordinary person was that their training speed would increase as their realm broke through. The only weakness of this cultivation method was that the early stages of cultivation were too slow, causing one's lifespan to not be able to keep up. Many of the direct descendants of the Sikong clan had died of old age. Therefore, the Sikong clan had always focused on finding all kinds of elixirs that could increase one's lifespan. He really is a 6-star Do Huang. Li Mingqi's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Interesting. The demons in your outer devil region are really strong. Any one of them is as strong as those heaven's prides in the pavilion of heaven and earth. Your strength is comparable to a pique do Huang. Huang Haoran looked at Ning Chi and laughed sinisterly. He had misunderstood. Those who could come to the Withering Bones Forbidden Land were naturally not ordinary people. If one were to really compare, the aptitude of the people in the Withering Bones Forbidden Land was much higher than that of the Dongxin clan. Otherwise, they would not be able to stand up to the dragon tribe. Ning Chi naturally would not explain. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Only a pique do Huang. Oh, am I not? Huang Haoran laughed coldly. Whether it is or not, we'll talk after you receive my blade. Ning Chi smiled slightly. The dragon-slaying saber appeared in his hand, and he suddenly slashed at Huang Haoran. Horizon Bright Moon Blade, so close yet so far. The dragon-slaying Do Chi instantly boiled and wildly poured into the dragon-slaying saber. The snow dragon pearl emitted a faint cold light, and an ancient ice dragon appeared in the sky with a roar. Huang Haoran instantly felt the surrounding air become incomparably cold. He suddenly lowered his head and realized that both his feet had been frozen by the solid ice. What kind of blade technique is this? Huang Haoran was shocked. At the same time, a large blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Ning Chi. A high D-class Do weapon? The corner of Ning Chi's mouth revealed a faint trace of disdain. Clang! Huang Haoran's blade was shattered into pieces. At the same time, he was struck by Ning Chi's blade, and his entire body was instantly sent flying. There was a long wound on his stomach. So strong! Zhuejun and the rest were stunned as they looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi did not let his guard down just because his blade was effective. He knew that his blade was not enough to defeat Huang Haoran. After all, his opponent was a one-star dozong. If they really fought, even a proud son of heaven like Fang Mo might not be his match. Sure enough, Huang Haoran stood up from the ground. The wound on his stomach was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He laughed sinisterly and looked at Ning Chi with eyes filled with killing intent. Very good. You can actually hurt me and even break my Do weapon. Compensate me with your blade. Come and get it yourself. Ning Chi smiled faintly. In the next moment, the two of them started fighting again. Li Mingqi and the rest were dazzled. The two of them attacked very quickly, so fast that they almost could not catch their movements. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ning Chi had already determined Huang Haoran's true strength. Fang Mo's fighting strength was around one level higher. When Ning Chi defeated Fang Mo, he was only a peak Do Wang. Now he was a 6-star Do Huang. His strength had increased by several times. Ning Chi had more than 1 million HP. He gradually gained the upper hand by exchanging blows with Huang Haoran. The more Huang Haoran fought, the more shocked he became. There were a few times when he thought that he could seriously injure Ning Chi. However, he found that Ning Chi seemed to be fine. Why can't he die? Huang Haoran made a decision in his heart. After exchanging blows with Ning Chi, he took the opportunity to escape to the horizon. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Huang Haoran actually ran away. Chapter 450. The Tomb of the Emperor. Are you guys all right? Ning Chi looked at Li Mingqi and the rest with a smile. No, we're fine. When Li Mingqi saw Ning Chi looking at her shoulder, she quickly pulled up her clothes with a blush on her face. Zhuejun and the others took out all kinds of healing pills from their universe rings and swallowed them. Since their attributes were not digitized, even if they took a top-grade Earth-class rejuvenation pill, it was still impossible for them to recover to their peak state. Therefore, the healing process lasted for about 10 minutes. They only left the place after they regained their ability to move, afraid that Huang Haoran would take revenge on them. Senior Ning, I didn't expect that even a 1-star dozong is no match for you. Your strength should be similar to the top 80 experts on the dragon ranking. After they were safe, Jun saw Ning Qi walking beside the group with an expressionless face, so he plucked up his courage and approached him. As a genius of the Sword River sect, he was someone that everyone wanted to curry favor with. However, compared to Ning Qi, he was much weaker. The top 80 to top 70 of the dragon ranking were basically existences that had entered the second or third stage of life and death. They could fight against a one-star dozong. I'm just taking advantage of my do weapon. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He was so humble. Everyone looked at Ning Qi differently. Compared to those arrogant geniuses, Ning Qi was more approachable. Previously, Jun was unhappy with Ning Qi because he rejected Li Mengqi's invitation. He even complained about it. However, he was now convinced of Ning Qi's strength. After all, everyone's lives were saved by Ning Qi. Senior, I heard that something happened in Lanyu town. Someone stole 13 dragon blood fruits from the dragon race. Is that why you came to the ancient, desolate land? Li Mengqi asked curiously. If they had entered the ancient, desolate land a few days later, they would have seen Ning Qi's wanted poster. Ning Qi rubbed his nose and said, I think it was Ding Lai and the rest. They were the ones with the highest cultivation in Lanyu town. I'm not sure about the rest. Oh, it's them. Jun and the others nodded in agreement. A hint of envy and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. If 13 dragon blood fruits were presented to a sect or family, the rewards they would receive would be terrifying. Just one dragon blood fruit was enough for them to learn the secret techniques of the sect, such as the Ardent Sun reincarnation art of the Sikong clan. If a branch family disciple presented 5 or 6 dragon blood fruits as a tribute, they would be able to receive the initial inheritance. The Sword River sect also had heaven-ranked lower cultivation techniques and martial techniques, but among the people present, only Li Mengqi was qualified to learn them. Jun and the others were not qualified to learn them. However, if they were able to bring a dragon blood fruit back to the sect this time around, there was a high chance that they would receive special teachings from the sect. It was even possible for them to be accepted as a disciple by a Do Shun class elder. Ning Qi's eyes lit up when he heard their discussion. The Cloud Rising sect also had heaven-class martial arts. He could use the dragon blood fruit to exchange for it. Thinking of this, Ning Qi felt very comfortable. Someone is chasing us. Li Mengqi suddenly frowned. Ning Qi looked at her doubtfully. His cultivation was much higher than hers. How could he not sense that someone was chasing them? How did she sense it? Li Mengqi seemed to have sensed Ning Qi's doubt. She explained, My spirit is naturally stronger than an ordinary person. An elder once said that if Senior Li could reach the peak of the Dozun class, it would be easier for her to become a Dosheng than an ordinary person. Jun said proudly, Let's hide quickly. Li Mengqi said anxiously. However, when everyone looked around, there was not even a tree. Where could they hide? Moreover, it was too late. 3 black dots appeared in Ning Qi's vision. When the black dots approached the crowd, Ning Qi sighed in relief. He smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, they are our people. Phew, Li Mengqi and the rest sighed in relief when they heard this. Everyone stood on the spot and looked at the 3 black dots. In less than 3 breaths' time, they had landed in front of the crowd. 2 men and 1 woman. Ning Qi had seen these 3 people before. Among the hundreds of people who had entered, there were 7 or 8 Do Huangs at the peak of the 9th life and death stage. They were at least in the top 50 of the dragon ranking. There were 3 of them. The 2 men were Dongfang Lingdong from the Dongfang clan and Yuan Shang from the Yuan clan. The woman was Chu Xian from the Chu clan. The aura of the 3 people was faintly discernible and had reached a reserved level. Ning Qi suspected that they could break through to the Do Zone class at any time. Ning Qi from the Cloud Rising sect. Chu Xian glanced at Ning Qi and then at Li Mengqi and the rest. You are from the Sword River sect, right? I am Li Mingqi, Jun. Greetings, Senior Dongfang, Senior Yuan, and Senior Chu. Li Mingqi and the rest hurriedly bowed. These three people were ranked 48th, 49th, and 50th on the dragon ranking. They naturally knew their names. Yes, Chu Xian and the rest nodded indifferently. They looked at Li Mingqi and the rest with indifferent eyes. This was because Li Mingqi and the rest were only ranked in the top 300 of the dragon ranking. The way they looked at Ning Qi was different. After all, Ning Qi was ranked 100th on the dragon ranking. Moreover, the scene of Ning Qi breaking through from the peak of the Douwang class to a 4-star Douhuang had left a deep impression on the three of them. In addition, Ning Qi seemed to have a special relationship with Meng Qingling. Therefore, when Dongfang Lingdong discovered that Ning Qi's cultivation had risen by another 2 stars, he took the initiative to say, "Junior Ning, it has only been a few days since we last met, but your cultivation has really improved by leaps and bounds." Senior Dongfang is too kind. Ning Qi smiled. Dongfang Lingdong, Yuan Shang, do you think their cultivation is enough? Chu Xian suddenly asked the two of them. Ning Qi and the rest were slightly startled. What did Chu Xian mean? Yuan Shang coldly swept his gaze over Ning Qi and the rest. He nodded and said, "It should be enough to find the last path." "Then let them be." Chu Xian nodded, after which she looked at Ning Qi and the rest and said, "Our 3 clans have worked together to excavate a Dodi's tomb. Now we have reached the final step. There is only one more barrier before we can enter the center of the tomb. At that time, there will definitely be a lot of medicinal pills and qi methods. All of you only need to help us a little, and when we obtain the qi method, we will let you all make a copy and give you a portion of the medicinal pills." Dodi's tomb? Shock appeared in the eyes of Li Mingqi and the rest. They did not expect that the Dongfang clan, Yuan clan, and Chu clan would actually discover such a terrifying place. Every time a Dodi's tomb was discovered, it would be accompanied by a large amount of training resources. If one was lucky, they might even be able to find the inherited qi method and martial skill of that Dodi. Chapter 451. Chapter 451 of W.R. Black Jiao, Senior Chu. I'm afraid that our strength is insufficient to enter the tomb of the Dodi, Li Mingqi's Wujun, and the others looked at each other, then cupped their fists and declined politely. Ning Qi was a little interested in the Dodi tomb. However, the other party clearly treated them as cannon fodder. Moreover, their tone was not one of discussion. Instead, it carried a decisive tone. Therefore, Ning Qi was a little unhappy in his heart and was prepared to quietly observe the situation. "If I say you're strong enough, then you're strong enough," Chu Xian said lightly. At the same time, Li Mingqi and the others instantly felt a terrifying aura emanating from the 3 of them, locking onto them. This feeling was even more terrifying than when he faced Huang Haoren. Li Mingqi's expression was a little ugly. Jun plucked up his courage and said, we're not going. Senior brothers and sisters, please find someone else. Asking us to go to the tomb of the Dodi is no different from throwing our lives away." Yuan Shang glared at Jun. "You have no right to speak here." His eyes were like a sharp sword that pierced into Jun's heart. Jun was startled and lowered his head in silence. At this moment, Ning Qi opened his mouth. He smiled as he looked at the 3 of them and said, "According to what I know, even Doshungs are unable to enter the Dodi tomb. We are merely Douhuangs. We are not even Dozongs or Dozuns. 3 seniors, may I know what confidence you have?" Perhaps it was because her attitude towards Ning Qi was different. After Chu Xian heard it, she replied faintly, "This Dodi tomb has existed for too long. It is likely that this place has existed since before it was broken. Many of the restraints have already lost their effectiveness. There is only the last checkpoint left. However, we estimate that its power is not even 1/100th of its original strength. Therefore, all of you can rest assured. The Withering Bones Forbidden Land had existed before it was destroyed. How ancient would that be? When Li Mingqi and the others heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. If Chu Xian was not lying, then they could really go to the tomb of the Dodi. Thinking up to here, Li Mingqi seemed to discuss it with Zhuijun and the others via voice transmission. In the end, Li Mingqi nodded to Chu Xian and the others and said, "Let's go." "How about you, junior apprentice brother Ning?" Chu Xian looked at Ning Qi. I won't be going." Ning Qi smiled. "That won't do. Since you already know about the news of the Dodi tomb, we must go." Yuan Shang looked at Ning Qi coldly. Ning Qi lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he raised his head and said, "All right, I'll go." Yuan Shang's lips curled into a faint sneer. His eyes once again turned to look at the horizon. It was as if looking at Ning Qi and the others would lower his status. He was full of arrogance. One day later, Jielo and Tianqi Battle General also arrived at the ancient desolate lands. Behind the two of them, there were another 5 people. They were none other than the 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault and Huang Haoran. "Are you sure you've seen him here?" Gaelo coldly said to Huang Haoran. Huang Haoran nodded. "Absolutely. Apart from him, there's a group of demons from the extraterrestrial demon realm?" The Apocalypse Battle General asked. Huang Haoran, "Yes." The 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault stared at the two of them with anticipation. With Huang Haoran's verification, their information was naturally accurate. When they thought about the rewards they would receive, they felt extremely happy in their hearts. A group of demons has gathered here. What are they planning to do? The Apocalypse Battle General furrowed his brows in contemplation. Isn't your Heaven and Earth Pavilion the #1 sect in the human race? Go and inform the humans in the ancient desolate lands and drag them out. Gaelo stared at Apocalypse Battle General as he calmly spoke. The Apocalypse Battle General's expression changed. Although the Heaven and Earth Pavilion was the #1 sect in the human race, their authority in the ancient desolate lands wasn't too high. But as long as they promised great rewards, there would still be people willing to help them. Upon thinking of this, he spoke to Huang Haoran. "Bring me to see the strongest bandit leader here." "Yes." Huang Haoran nodded. Let's not go." The Heavenly Ghost Imperial Courts Apocalypse Battle General smiled sheepishly. The Apocalypse Battle General calmly glanced at them and ignored them. Huang Haoran laughed silently in his heart when he saw this. After that, he brought Apocalypse Battle General and Gaelo with him, flying towards the 18 great bandits. When the 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault saw this, their expressions changed. They were extremely unwilling in their hearts as they followed after them. At the northernmost region of the ancient desolate lands, the Yin-Chi here was extremely dense. After entering this region, Li Mingqi and the others would involuntarily tremble. Occasionally, a sinister aura would shoot out from a hole in the ground. If one was careless and came in contact with it, even a Do Huang would directly lose their ability to move and be heavily injured. The expressions of Chu Xian and the other 2 were as calm as ever. However, Ning Qi could sense that the 3 of them were much more cautious in their movements. Clearly, they were fearful of that sinister aura. The further they walked, the more corrosive the Yin Qi was to their bodies. Finally, someone halted his steps. His countenance was pale as he spoke. "I can't walk anymore. If I continue, the battle qi in my body won't be able to block the yin qi in this world. My cultivation base will regress." Chu Xian glanced at him. She then took out a medicinal pill from her cosmos ring and tossed it to that person. When that person saw this, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. He immediately swallowed the pill, and his countenance gradually turned from pale to rosy. When Li Mingqi and the others saw this, they all glanced at Chu Xian. These extreme yang pills can increase the yang qi in your body. It would also be beneficial to your future cultivation. This is especially so for those who need to cultivate in yang attribute martial arts or cultivation arts. They are extremely valuable It's impossible for me to give them to you for free. I will settle this debt with you guys in the future." Chu Xian calmly spoke. After that, she tossed an extreme yang pill to each of them. When she glanced at Ning Qi, she discovered that Ning Qi's countenance was the same as usual. In fact, he was even more relaxed compared to them. A look of astonishment flashed in her eyes, and she instantly dispelled the thought of giving Ning Qi the extreme yang pill. After consuming the extreme yang pill, the countenances of Li Mengqi and the others all turned much more rosy. The damage caused by the yin qi in the outside world also seemed to be negligible. Everyone continued on their way. "Senior Brother Ning, it seems like the yin qi here has no effect on you?" Zuijun walked beside Ning Qi as he curiously asked. Ning Qi smiled and nodded, saying, "My cultivation art is more yang attribute." The dragon elephant prajna art was originally a yang attribute cultivation art. Not only could it greatly increase Ning Qi's life force, but Ning Qi's body had also been tempered by the dragon elephant prajna art. At this moment, he possessed the strength of 6 dragons and 6 elephants. He was more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. He was like a dragon draped in human skin, so the yin qi here had no effect on him. "We're here." Li Mengqi looked ahead with a solemn expression. Her soul was different from ordinary people. She could feel a faint trace of death aura coming from there. This death aura was not to be underestimated. Even from so far away, it was enough to make her heart palpitate. Chu Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. After leading the group for another 3 li, they stopped in front of a huge boulder. This boulder was as tall as a 2-story building and covered with moss. At this moment, there was a huge snake entrenched on the boulder. Its cold eyes stared at Ning Qi and the others. The snake's tongue flicked in and out continuously. On its head, there were 2 conspicuous sharp horns. Chapter 452. Entering the tomb Black Dragon, its aura is similar to that of a 4-star dozong. Yuan Shan looked coldly at the Black Dragon and said in a low voice, other than coldness and disdain, there was no fear in his eyes. "It should be attracted by the yin qi here. This means that the last barrier is becoming weaker. The aura that leaks may attract unnecessary trouble." Chu Xian frowned. Dongfang Lingdong nodded. "The bandits here are all like dogs. Their noses are very sensitive. As long as a treasure is unearthed, they will arrive faster than the Heaven and Earth Pavilion and the Dragon Tribe." A trace of fear flashed across Li Mengqi and the others' eyes as they looked at the Black Dragon. However, with Chu Xian and the other 2 here, they would not be afraid of a rank 7 demonic beast, even if it was 1-on-1, let alone 3-on-1. Hiss! The Black Dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a black fog. It emitted a sizzling sound in the air, showing how poisonous the black fog was. "Bastard, how dare you!" Chu Xian and the other 2 shouted in a low voice and simultaneously attacked the Black Flood Dragon. Among them, Chu Xian used a sword technique. Ning Qi could feel the aura coming from her sword. It was already very close to a low-grade heaven-ranked sword. A deep purple battle energy surged out from Chu Xian's sword and turned into a purple dragon. Dongfang Lingdong used a palm technique. His dou qi condensed into a huge golden palm that carried an unparalleled aura and attacked the Black Dragon. Out of Ning Qi's expectation, Yuan Shan used a leg technique. His right leg was like an axe as it heavily chopped at the Black Dragon. Chu Clan's lower heaven tier martial technique, reverse spirit, sword technique. Dongfang Clan's lower heaven tier martial technique, heart-shattering palm. Yuan Clan's lower heaven tier martial technique, wind god kick. 3 lower heaven tier martial techniques appeared at the same time, causing Li Mengqi and the others to be shocked. The trio's martial skills instantly broke through the Black Flood Dragon's poison mist and heavily bombarded the Black Flood Dragon's body. The Black Flood Dragon, a a mid-7th rank demonic beast, was forcefully smashed into pieces, just like that. Blood mist filled the air. Yuan Shang lightly swept out with his foot, and the blood mist was sent flying dozens of feet away by an invisible wind. There wasn't even a drop of blood on the boulder. As expected of the top 50 on the dragon ranking, they can instantly kill a rank 7 demonic beast. Too terrifying. Zhu Jun mumbled to himself. Ning Qi looked at the three of them gravely. If he was the Black Flood Dragon, he would probably end up just a little better than the Black Flood Dragon if he was attacked by such a powerful martial skill. If they really fought without using the Silver Dragon Cannon, Ning Qi would only be able to deal with one of them at most. If he were to face two of them, he would definitely lose. If he were to face three of them, he would be in danger of dying. The heavens' prides of these top clans are indeed not useless. Just how terrifying are the Dozong heavens' prides ranked at the top of the man ranking? Ning Qi sighed inwardly. The Dongfang Haojia he knew was only ranked 705th on the mortal ranking board. If he calculated it based on the dragon ranking board, he was probably around the same level as Li Mingqi and the others, or perhaps even worse. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the foundations of the 9 great families were. These 3 fellows have not broken through to the Dozong realm. Don't tell me that they want to dominate the dragon ranking? Ning Qi suddenly had such a thought. If Dongfang Lingdong, Yuan Shang, and Chu Xian were to break through to the Dozong realm, they might not be able to enter the top 1,000 of the man ranking board. If that happened, they would lose their current fame. It would be a very difficult path for them to climb back to the top 100 of the man ranking board. If we move this huge rock, we will reach the entrance to the Do Di tomb. Chu Xian said indifferently, "This huge rock weighs at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms. How can we move it? Why don't we just smash it into pieces?" Zhu Jun looked at the huge rock and subconsciously said. Chu Xian looked at him indifferently. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. "If we do that, someone passing by from the sky will discover this place. Do you think that we are invincible in the ancient, desolate lands? If we are discovered by some great thief, we might not even be able to keep our lives." "Huh, senior sister Chu Xian is right. I have thought too simply." Zhu Jun laughed dryly. Chu Xian did not respond to him. Instead, she looked at Li Mingqi and the rest with Yuan Shang and Dongfang Lingdong. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Why don't you hurry up and do this rough work?" Li Mingqi was slightly startled. She then signaled Zhu Jun with her eyes. The group walked in front of the huge rock and pushed it towards the north. Their Do Qi instantly erupted from their bodies. However, the huge rock still did not move. Something is wrong. This huge rock has probably been attacked by the Yin Qi for a long time. Its weight is about 50,000 kilograms, heavier than normal. Li Mingqi said in a low voice. Seeing that they could not move it, Chu Xian looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and walked to Li Mingqi's side. He slowly placed his hand on the huge rock. After that, silver Do Qi swept out from his body, making Ning Qi look like a silver god of war. In the next moment, the huge rock slowly moved. "Open!" Ning Qi shouted in a low voice, and the boulder suddenly moved 10 feet to the north, revealing a gloomy and terrible hole. Zhu Jun and the rest were stunned and looked at Ning Qi in shock. "Senior brother Ning, your strength is so great," Li Mingqi exclaimed. Chu Xian and the other 2 exchanged glances with one another. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes toward Ning Qi. They did not expect that Ning Qi, a mere 6-star Do Huang, would actually possess such an enormous strength. From this point, they deduced that Ning Qi's Qi method was likely biased towards refining one's body. No wonder they could sense an aura that was filled with life within Ning Qi's body. "Let's go." Yuan Shang walked to the front of the cave entrance and indifferently said to Ning Qi and the rest. He then took the lead and entered the cave entrance. Li Mingqi and Zhuejun looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. They were somewhat afraid and fearful of the Yin Qi coming from the cave entrance. "Why are you all not going down?" Chu Xian frowned. "You all can follow behind me." Ning Qi smiled at Li Mingqi and the rest and walked towards the cave entrance. Seeing this, Li Mingqi and the rest felt a little warmth in their hearts. They followed behind Ning Qi and entered the cave entrance. Zhuejun once again praised Ning Qi in his heart. "Senior brother Ning is really good. You should also go down." Dongfang Lingdong smiled at Chu Xian. Chu Xian nodded. After she entered the cave entrance, Dongfang Lingdong walked to the cave entrance and revealed half of his body. After which he extended his hand and grabbed the huge rock. The huge rock that was hundreds of thousands of jin was actually lifted by him alone. After the huge rock covered the cave entrance, the place once again returned to tranquility. Everyone walked for about 3 to 4 miles in the tunnel. Not long after, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. After the tunnel, there was another cave. An ancient city with a simple and unadorned aura appeared in front of everyone. What a huge Do-Di tomb! Chapter 453. Chapter 453. Death the Wolf Mountain Bandits under the lead of Chu Xian and the other two. The group walked into the building complex. Along the way, there were all kinds of weathered statues. Ning Qi could vaguely feel a trace of destructive aura from these statues. It seemed that these were all set up by the master of the tomb. After walking for about 2 to 3 miles, they passed through many corridors and stopped in front of a flight of stairs that was dozens of feet wide. Is this the last barrier? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with doubt. Chu Xian glanced at the top of the stairs and said to Li Mingqi, "Go up and open the last door. When the time comes, you will have a share of the things inside." Senior Chu Xian, is it true that the power of the restrictions here has been reduced due to the passage of time? Li Mingqi asked. Yes, I won't lie to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enter this place. Even the outermost restriction is enough to kill us. Chu Xian said calmly. That's good. Li Mingqi nodded. Now that things had come to this, they had no way out. After looking at each other, they stepped onto the stairs and walked up. You go too, Yuan Shang said coldly when he saw Ning Qi still standing there. Does this guy not like me? Ning Qi's face turned cold. He snorted in his heart and walked up the stairs. In a few steps, he had overtaken Li Mingqi and the others. Senior Ning is such a good person. Zhuejun sighed in his heart. The others looked at Ning Qi with gratitude. Ning Qi walked to the front of the group, obviously trying to help them block the damage of the restriction. Actually, Ning Qi was only fearless because of the existence of the system. If there was a restriction that could kill someone, the system would definitely remind him. Just like the last time when he fought with Fang Emo in the Fang Sacred Palace. He vaguely recalled the words of the system at that time. Ning Qi was somewhat certain that the system would not let him die so easily. At the same time, the side of the huge rock outside was already surrounded by a circle of bandits. Leader, it's here. When I passed by last time, I saw a black dragon entrenched here. It looks like this should be its nest. A strong man in his 40s who had the highest cultivation among the bandits said, respectfully. This strong man was the leader of the Wolf Mountain Bandits, Langing a peak dozong. Lang coldly looked at this dozong. He glanced at the enormous rock and said, Where is that black dragon? Well, maybe he went out to look for food. The dozong said in a low voice, a little embarrassed. Lang nodded his head. Suddenly, his eyes focused on the boulder, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. He took 2 steps forward and muttered to himself. The black flood dragon likes places with extreming the most, but the Inchi here is only a little heavier than other places. At this moment, he looked at the ground and found some fresh soil. This boulder has been moved. What? Could it be that there's another world below? When the Wolf Mountain Bandits heard this, Their faces revealed looks of ecstasy. Their sixth sense was like that of a wolf, and they immediately thought of this. Lang Ing faintly nodded his head and struck the boulder with his palm. With a loud bang, the boulder exploded into pieces, leaving behind a pitch-black hole in front of everyone. Inside the hole, there was a wave of yin qi that was several times stronger than the one outside. Ha ha ha! A trace of joy appeared in Lang Ying's eyes. From the looks of it, it should be a tomb. Let's go, follow me. After saying this, he took the lead and entered the cave. Lang Ying's men followed closely behind. From this, it could be seen that the ancient desolate lands bandits were different from ordinary people. Usually, in such a situation, the orthodox sects would let their disciples go down to investigate first. Only when they were safe would they take the lead. However, in the ancient desolate land, they had to do so in order to keep their subordinates. After a while, they also saw the shocking building complex. Among them, Lang Ying's face revealed a shocked expression. He found a familiar picture. This picture was exactly the same as the one recorded in an ancient book in his sect. His master once said that the picture in the ancient book represented an extremely terrifying force in the ancient times. It was several times stronger than the current heaven and earth pavilion. War God Temple. It's actually the picture of the War God Temple. In other words, this place is either the ruins of the War God Temple or the burial place of an expert from the War God Temple. Lang Ying waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Follow me in and have a look. This place is extraordinary. All of you spread out so that we don't get wiped out by the restriction." Yes. When the Wolf Mountain bandits heard this, they immediately spread out and slowly moved forward as if they were casting a net. Not long after, they saw the backs of Chu Xian and the other two. There is indeed someone here. Thinking of the new soil at the entrance of the cave, Lang Ying guessed that someone had moved the stones. After seeing Chu Xian and the other two, his guess was confirmed. At this time, Chu Xian and the other two also found Lang Ying and the others. They suddenly turned around. When they found over 30 ferocious-looking fellows standing behind them, their hearts sank. Then they found that there were 4 dozongs leading the group. One of the dozongs' cultivation was so high that they couldn't see through it. They could even vaguely feel a suppressed aura from the other party. "We've been discovered." Chu Xian and the other two looked a little ugly. "Ha ha ha! You 3 kids discovered this place, but you didn't inform us, the Wolf Mountain bandits. Do you know that this is my territory?" Lang Ying grinned at the 3. "What should we do?" "We can't beat them." "Then go up." The 3 reacted quickly and ran up the stairs. "How dare you!" One of the Wolf Mountain bandits wanted to give chase but was stopped by Lang Ying. He sneered. Just now, the 3 of them were standing here, obviously waiting for something. "Leader, are you saying that there are more than 3 of them here?" "Yes." Hearing this, the Wolf Mountain bandits' faces revealed a trace of fear. They were not sure how high the cultivation of the others were other than Chu Xian and the other 2. Therefore, under Lang Ying's lead, they slowly chased after Chu Xian and the other 2. Why are the 3 of them here? Ning Qi saw a huge bronze door up ahead. As he was about to reach the top, he suddenly sensed 3 auras approaching him from behind. Turning around, he saw Chu Xian and the other 2 rushing towards him with serious expressions on their faces. "That's right. Quickly break the seal. There are people behind us." Chu Xian shouted at Ning Qi. Hearing this, Ning Qi frowned slightly. Indeed, he saw Lang Ying and the others chasing up the stairs. Li Mingqi and the others revealed a trace of surprise and hurriedly increased their pace. Because even Chu Xian and the other 2 had to run. This meant that the person's cultivation was definitely not weak. After a few breaths, everyone arrived in front of the huge bronze door. Up until here, there was no fatal seal appearing, and there was no sound of the system. How to open this door? Chapter 454. A 10,000-year-old ghost. Forcefully break the door. Chu Xian let out a low cry, after which he, Dongfang Lingdong, and Yuan Shang attacked together and attacked the huge bronze door. In the end, the huge bronze door easily absorbed their attacks. Not even a dent appeared on it. When Ning Qi saw this scene, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The material of this door was likely comparable to a Tian-class Dou weapon. What could be inside if the door was made in such a manner? Ning Qi's eyes immediately became a little fiery hot when he thought of this. Chu Xian looked at the large bronze door, and disappointment flashed across her eyes. After which, she turned around and looked at Lang Ying. Ha ha ha! It is just a group of Dou Huangs. After Lang Ying's group approached, he immediately let out a proud laugh when he discovered that the cultivation of Ning Qi's group was weaker than Chu Xian's group. After which, his eyes paused on the large bronze door for a breath's time. A wild joy flashed across his eyes. There was a picture on the large bronze door. Through this picture, he was finally certain that this place was related to the War God Hall. Lang Ying's blood boiled when he thought of how the War God Hall was many times stronger than the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. For Dou Zongs, the expressions of Li Mingqi and the others were incomparably ugly. Ning Qi calmly looked at Lang Ying's group. He had the invisible talisman and could escape at any time. Therefore, he was not afraid. May I know your name? Dongfang Lingdong revealed a smile as he cupped his hands toward Lang Ying and asked, "Don't try to get close to me. It's useless. I don't fall for it." Lang Ying coldly laughed. Dongfang Lingdong's expression immediately became a little embarrassed. Even a peak Dou Zong like Lang Ying had to crazily flatter him back in the Dongfang clan. They were of the same generation. However, he had no choice but to endure the ridicule of the other party in this, withered bones, forbidden ground. You might not be able to open this large bronze door. Why don't we join hands? This will be beneficial to everyone. Yuan Shang faintly said. Chu Xian nodded. She swept her eyes over the other 3 Dou Zongs beside Lang Ying and said with a smile, "The 3 of us might only be peak Dou Huangs, but our strength might not be weaker than your subordinates. We will at least be of some use in this place. What do you think?" "Dream on." Lang Ying sneered and directly attacked Chu Xian and the other 2. His attack was incredibly powerful. Everyone felt as if the air around them had been sucked out. In an instant, Lang Ying appeared in front of Chu Xian and punched towards her head. He did not have any intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. Lang Ying's speed was very fast, so fast that Chu Xian was unable to dodge. She could only watch as his fist was about to land on her head. A look of despair appeared on Chu Xian's face. Was she going to die in a place like this? He didn't even have the chance to be buried in the family graveyard. Chu Xian was unwilling. Dongfang Lingdong and Yuan Shang could only stare blankly at this scene. They could not help in time. At that moment, the bronze door suddenly emitted a faint layer of green light. Following that, an illusory figure appeared in front of everyone. He gently pointed at Lang Ying, and Lang Ying was sent flying, rolling heavily down the stairs. Lang Ying's face was filled with fear as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Who are you?" The Wolf Mountain bandits looked at the illusory figure in shock. Chu Xian was pulled back from the brink of death. She had a look of relief on her face. Following that, she looked at the figure with a puzzled look. Who is it that suddenly saved her? Who is he? Ning Qi was shocked. He looked at the illusory figure and saw that he looked to be in his 40s. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he wore a green robe. He had an indifferent look on his face, and his indifferent eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces. "Senior, I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me if I have offended you." Lang Ying, who was originally extremely arrogant, felt that he was being locked on by an aura. He quickly supported his injured body and stood up. He walked to the side of the middle-aged man and said respectfully, "How did you guys come in?" The middle-aged man said calmly. Lang Ying quickly said, I found a cave that leads to this place. No restriction? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Ah, no, Langing said softly. It seems that a long time has passed. Even the restriction I set up has lost its effect. The middle-aged man sighed, softly with great emotion. When everyone heard this, they instantly looked at the middle-aged man in shock. Even Chu Xian and the other too felt fear rising in their hearts. The restriction he set up? Could it be that he was the owner of this place? However, it was obvious that they were planning to dig up someone else's grave. But they suddenly met the person in question. This was really embarrassing. Senior, have you been in seclusion here? Chu Xian plucked up her courage and asked. The middle-aged man glanced at Chu Xian, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Seclusion? I should have been dead for a long time. Dead for a long time. This sentence was like a death knell that struck everyone's mind. Did they just see a ghost? I'm just a remnant soul now. Before I died, I personally sealed myself on this bronze door. Since you guys can come here, I guess I won't live for long. Oh yes, do you know what happened to the War God Hall? The middle-aged man smiled. War God Hall? Could it be the force that he was in back then? Chu Xian and the other two were confused. When the middle-aged man saw everyone's expression, he immediately knew what was going on. His expression turned ugly as he looked at Langing. Among everyone here, only you shuddered when you heard about the War God Hall. Tell me, what happened to the War God Hall? Langing shuddered and said softly, Senior, War God Hall, don't stutter. The middle-aged man's expression turned cold and an extraordinary aura was emitted from his body. Lang Ying's expression changed drastically as he quickly said, The War God Hall was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. Destroyed by someone. The middle-aged man's face was filled with rage. His aura suddenly exploded and everyone was sent flying by the aura, landing on the ground pathetically. Who destroyed my War God Hall? After a while, the middle-aged man retracted his aura and looked at Lang Ying. Lang Ying climbed up from the ground and said softly, According to the ancient records, the War God Hall was destroyed because of an extremely mysterious force. However, it didn't say which force it was. I don't know either. Don't know. The middle-aged man stood on the spot and was silent for a while. Suddenly he said, Since you guys can come here, it must be fate. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't know that the War God Hall was destroyed. If that's the case, I'll reopen the bronze door and find an inheritor of the War God Hall. What? Everyone who was initially afraid was overjoyed as they looked at the middle-aged man in anticipation. However, your talents are not enough to catch my eye. The middle-aged man murmured to himself and suddenly pointed at the sky. A ray of light instantly pierced through the stone layer and shot into the sky. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread in all directions with this place as the center. Chapter 455. A storm approaches. That aura is coming from the ancient, desolate land. Let's go quickly. I wonder what treasure has been unearthed. If we are lucky, we might be able to get a share of the soup. There's movement from that ant's side again. Should we go and take a look? Of course. The aura is right there. It's not far from us. In the ancient, desolate land, the Tianqi battle general stood together with Geiluo. Beside them, there were 18 other battle zoons with different auras. They were none other than the famous 18 Great Bandits. Each of them was at least a 3-star battle zoon. The strongest among them was already a 6-star battle zoon. He was the leader of the 18 Great Bandits, Zhang He. Huang Haoren and the 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault stood behind the 18 Great Bandits. After all, they were merely insignificant battle zoons. At this moment, all of them stared in the direction of the Battle Emperor's tomb as shock appeared on their faces. There seems to be a treasure unearthed there? Fang Bai glanced in the direction of the Battle Emperor's tomb. A look of joy appeared on Ding Lai's face. Let's go and take a look. Senior, you, Lang Ying blurted out in shock. With him doing this, it wouldn't take long before a large group of people rushed over here. When there are more people, I will naturally open the bronze door. At that time, whoever can obtain my inheritance will depend on their own strength." The middle-aged man calmly spoke. After that, his figure gradually vanished before everyone's eyes. Chu Xian and the other two glanced at each other, seeing the battle intent in each other's eyes. "The three of us will work together. No matter who obtains his inheritance, we will share it with everyone." Chu Xian transmitted her voice. "Right." Dongfang Ling Dong and Yuan Shang nodded. Lang Ying stared at the three of them, his expression somewhat ashen. He wanted to attack them, but he was afraid that the mysterious soul fragment would attack him again. He wouldn't be able to endure it. "Leader, are we just going to wait here?" A battle zone beside Lang Ying asked. "Of course. Why don't you leave first?" Lang Ying cursed. I will wait as well." This Do Zong laughed awkwardly. Although he did not know what the War God Hall was, the soul fragment from earlier was already so powerful. His inheritance would definitely not be weak. His heart also wanted to see if he had the opportunity. If he could obtain the other party's inheritance, he would not need to suffer under Lang Ying's hands. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. "Someone's coming." Li Mingqi's eyes flickered. Two figures appeared in front of everyone at almost the same time. No one present could capture their movements. "Dozun!" Fear flashed in Lang Ying's eyes as he looked at the two figures. "Looks like obtaining this inheritance is going to be a little difficult." Lang Ying thought to himself. Chu Xian and the other two felt somewhat shocked in their hearts. The middle-aged man had just released the signal, and a Do Zun had already arrived. It was likely that the competition this time around would be very intense. Galello looked at the giant bronze door with amazement in his eyes. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't tell what material the door was made of. The Apocalypse General's eyes swept across the crowd, and he was suddenly stunned. Then he instantly appeared in front of Ning Qi and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha! Extraterrestrial demon! I didn't expect to catch you here. Motherf asterisk cur." Ning Qi cursed in his heart. The other party had arrived so quickly that he couldn't even react. These two fellows were really dogs. How could they find their way here? Ning Qi's face turned extremely green. Chu Xian and the others were also shocked. Ning Qi's background had actually been discovered. Their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. As expected, the Apocalypse General looked at them again with a pleased look in his eyes. "You must be his accomplices. You are also demons from the extraterrestrial demon region." "Ha ha ha! Capturing so many demons at once is extremely rare even in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's records. They are actually demons from the extraterrestrial demon region." Lang Ying and the others revealed shocked expressions. Then they looked at Chu Xian and the others with some lingering fear. Galello suddenly looked at Ning Qi. A terrifying aura surged out of his body and instantly locked onto Ning Qi. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of Ning Qi. He looked at Ning Qi coldly and said, "Was it you who stole my 13 dragon blood fruits?" "The guy who stole 13 dragon blood fruits? It's him?" Chu Xian and the others looked at Ning Qi in shock. They had also heard of a wanted poster in Blue Moon Town saying that someone had stolen the dragon blood fruits. They never imagined that the guy was actually Ning Qi. 13 dragon blood fruits. Yuan Shang's eyes revealed a trace of greed. He felt a little regretful. If he had known that Ning Qi had 13 dragon blood fruits, he would have snatched them no matter what. It wouldn't have mattered even if he had to kill Ning Qi. Ning Qi said innocently, "I'm not a demon from the extraterrestrial demon region, nor did I steal the dragon blood fruits. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm just a small 6-star Do Huang. How could I have stolen the dragon blood fruits?" Galello's face revealed a trace of suspicion. Ning Qi's cultivation was indeed very low. There was no reason for him to steal the dragon blood fruits under the watch of a rank 8 giant dragon. Tian Chi's eyes flashed fiercely as he said to Galello, "The demon from the extraterrestrial demon region is eloquent. Don't be bewitched by him. Think about it. Every time the dragon blood fruits were stolen, it was always done by a Do Huang." Hearing this, Galello's aura changed again. He roared angrily, "Aunt, how dare you lie to me?" Then he reached out to grab Ning Chi's neck. If he was caught, Ning Chi would not be able to escape even with the invisibility talisman. However, Ning Chi was very calm. Just as Galello's hand was about to grab Ning Chi's neck, the middle-aged man appeared again. With a casual wave of his hand, Galello was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Tian Chi asked in shock, "Who are you?" "Before the bronze door opens, you are not allowed to kill anyone here," the middle-aged man said indifferently. When his eyes swept across Tian Chi felt a chill run down his spine. His heart beat twice as fast as before. "He's not a Do Sheng, he's—" Tian Chi looked at the middle-aged man in horror. Galello roared angrily and flew back again to attack the middle-aged man. The dragon clan is indeed brainless. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled into a mocking smile. The next moment, Galello was sent flying by another slap. After this happened a few times, he finally learned his lesson. He quietly flew to Tian Chi's side and looked at the middle-aged man. "You are from the dragon clan. You are not qualified to accept my inheritance. Get lost," the middle-aged man said indifferently to Galello. Galello's expression was extremely ugly. As a genius of the dragon clan, when had he ever been bullied like this? But the other party's strength was unfathomable. He was no match for him. "Accept your inheritance?" Tian Chi's eyes showed a hint of ecstasy. The middle-aged man explained, then looked at Galello and frowned. "If you don't get lost, don't blame me for killing you." Galello looked at Tian Chi. "Help me catch that kid. I will wait for you outside." "All right." Tian Chi nodded. Chapter 456. The bronze giant Tian Chi had been guessing the origin of the middle-aged man ever since Galello left. When he heard the words War God Temple from the middle-aged man's mouth, his heart was in turmoil. He had once seen an ancient record in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. There was a brief introduction to the War God Temple, but it wasn't very detailed. Tian Chi only knew that in ancient times, the War God Temple was so powerful that even the Heaven and Earth Pavilion couldn't compare. Chu Xian glanced at Tian Chi and transmitted her voice to Ning Chi. "Did you really steal 13 dragon blood fruits?" Ning Chi immediately shook his head. "They're slandering me." Chu Xian glanced at Ning Chi indifferently and didn't say anything. Dongfang Lingdong and Yuan Shang also looked at Ning Chi strangely, especially Yuan Shang. He stared at Ning Chi like a wild wolf, not hiding his thoughts at all. Li Mingqi and the others were worried for Ning Chi. Ning Chi glanced at Yuan Shang and sneered in his heart. If this guy dared to attack him, Ning Chi wouldn't mind sending him to the heavens after the cooldown of the silver dragon cannon. "Tian Chi battle general, it's him." The 18 bandits, Huang Haoren, and the 4 ghosts of heaven's vault arrived late. Huang Haoren said excitedly to Tian Chi when he saw Ning Chi. Tian Chi glanced at them indifferently and didn't reply. Only then did the 5 of them realize that something was wrong. Li Mingqi and Zhu Jun looked at Huang Haoren coldly. Huang Haoren also saw them and his lips curled into a sinister smile. No matter what, now that the Tian Chi battle general was here, these people couldn't escape. "Brat, you can't escape anymore, right?" Yellow Ghost's eyes glanced at Chu Xian and the others one by one before landing on Ning Chi. He still remembered how Ning Chi cursed them before. "Come and try hitting me." Arrogant, Yellow Ghost immediately pounced forward, and with a boom he was sent flying backward at a speed even faster than when he came. The middle-aged man looked at him coldly. "Before the bronze gate opens, you're not allowed to fight here." "Fourth brother!" Sky Ghost and the other 2 quickly flew to Yellow Ghost's side to check on his injuries. After discovering that he was not injured, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then the four of them looked at the middle-aged man in shock, then at Tianqi. Tianqi looked away and ignored them. Only now did the four ghosts know that in this place, the strongest wasn't Tianqi, but this middle-aged man instead. Even Tianqi stood obediently here, not daring to act against Ningqi. Huang Haoren rejoiced in his heart that he was not in a hurry to make a move. Following that, people would occasionally arrive. Ding Lai and the others arrived in the afternoon. When they saw Chu Xian and the others, astonishment flashed through their eyes. Ningqi is here too. Fang Emo looked at Ningqi gloomily. Ding Lai nodded at Chu Xian and the other two before turning his attention to Ningqi. He wondered if Ningqi had gotten the 10 dragon blood fruits before them. If so, what method did he use to do it? Tianqi is here too. Fang Bai glanced at Tianqi, who was standing beside Langing. His heart skipped a beat, and he sent a voice transmission to the others. Ding Lai looked up. If Chu Xian and the others had not appeared, he would have run away immediately. What happened here exactly? Deep bewilderment appeared in the eyes of Ding Lai and the others. Every time a newcomer arrived, the middle-aged man would patiently explain everything to them. Only now did Ding Lai and the others understand that the people here were all waiting for the bronze gate to open so that they could receive the inheritance of this middle-aged man. Tianqi recognized Ningqi, and he is standing here obediently. In that case, the strength of this middle-aged man should be at least at the Dosheng realm, right? The inheritance of a Dosheng. As a member of one of the 9 great clans, Ding Lai's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. Although the Ding clan had a Do-Di, there was only one successor to the Do-Di in every generation. Only the top existences would become the successors of the Do-Di. The remaining ones could only be accepted as disciples by the Dosheng ancestors. However, they would usually accept 3 to 5 disciples, and these disciples would become the backbone of the clan. Once their strength reached a certain level, they would naturally become elders. With Ding Lai's talent, he had yet to reach the point where he could be accepted as a successor by a Dosheng. Over 10 days passed in this manner. Nearly 1,000 people had gathered in the cemetery. The lowest cultivation among them was a Do Huang, while the highest was a Do Zun. However, none of them were stronger than Tianqi. Ningqi saw a trace of confidence in Tianqi's eyes. Many members of the dragon tribe had arrived outside the cemetery. They were stopped by Jayelua and did not dare to take another step into the cemetery after hearing that there was an existence whose cultivation far surpassed that of a Dosheng. Over 1,000 people. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd in front of him, and his expression instantly became solemn. All right, I will open the bronze gate in another 2 hours. At that time, it will be up to you to obtain my inheritance. Everyone looked at him expectantly when they heard this. Within these 2 hours, another 3 fellows had arrived. These 3 fellows had the same cultivation as Chu Xian and the other 2. They were peak Do Huangs who had stepped into the 9th stage of life and death. However, Tianqi's expression changed slightly when he saw them. Ningqi glanced at their attributes and discovered that they were all disciples of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. The Qi methods and martial skills that they practiced were 1 grade higher than Chu Xian and the other 2. They were all middle Tian class. These 3 were Ling Duan, Swallow Wu, and Qiu Donghan. Elder Tianqi, you are also here? Ling Duan stepped forward and greeted Tianqi with a smile. Why are the 3 of you here? Tianqi frowned slightly. Why, can't the 3 of us be here? The corner of Ling Duan's mouth curled up. Humph. Tianqi snorted coldly and turned his head away. Don't tell me that the 3 of them are true disciples of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Impossible. The true disciples of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion are at least Do Zuns. How could they be Do Huangs? But look at their attitude towards Tianqi's battle generals. They seem to be very casual. I remember now. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion did have 3 people who were just accepted as true disciples. Don't tell me it's these 3? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. True disciples of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Their status was definitely higher than that of the 108 battle generals. They were equal to battle marshals. No wonder they treated Tianqi in such a manner. All right, time's up. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at Ling Duan and the other 2, then gently raised his hand, and a dazzling green light erupted from the bronze gate. Everyone involuntarily raised their hands to cover their eyes, and only after the green light disappeared did they discover that there was no one around them. Ningqi looked around in shock. He did not know what space he had been transported to. In any case, Li Mingqi and the others who had been standing beside him had disappeared. This space, up and down, left and right, was emitting a faint green light. Even the ground he was standing on was the same. Chapter 457. Ultimate Puppet Technique. As soon as this bronze giant saw Ningqi, he didn't hesitate to slap him with his palm. The speed was completely disproportionate to his body, and Ningqi was swatted away like a fly. In midair, Ningqi quickly took out a handful of top-grade Earth Step Spring returning pills, swallowed one, and kept the rest in his mouth. The bronze giant's attack had shaved away over 700,000 of his HP. His bones were broken all over his body. When the bronze giant realized that Ningqi hadn't been instantly killed, a hint of doubt appeared on its face. In the next moment, it charged at Ningqi again. Ningqi was already prepared this time. Naturally, he wouldn't let it hit him so easily. While dodging the bronze giant's attacks, he occasionally retaliated with the Dragon Slayer saber. The world's edge-bright moon saber was still powerful. It could leave a small wound on the bronze giant's body, shaving off around 30,000 to 40,000 of its HP. Ningqi took a moment to look at its attributes. War God Temple, bronze puppet level. Cultivation techniques. Martial skills. Health points. 5,000,000 apart from its name, and HP. Everything else was a question mark. Its HP was actually 5 million. Ningqi would need to slash it 200 times before it would die. Puppet. Does that mean it's not a real living thing, but a machine? A thought flashed in Ningqi's mind. While dodging the bronze giant's attacks, he searched the Dragon Slayer Mall for something he'd seen before. Found it. This is it. Ultimate Puppet Technique. 50,000 Dragon Slayer coins. After learning it, you can create all kinds of puppets. The strength of the puppets won't exceed your own by a realm. Purchase. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Immediately, 50,000 Dragon Slayer coins were deducted from Ningqi. Then, all kinds of puppet-making knowledge appeared in his mind. For example, how to create a puppet's power source, how to use various metals to create a puppet skin that was harder than the body's, and so on. However, what Ningqi wanted the most was the puppet switch. No matter what puppet it was, there would always be a switch hidden on its body. As long as this switch was turned off, the puppet would lose its power and enter standby mode. Whoosh! A fierce palm wind swept past Ningqi's ear, and he was almost hit by the bronze puppet again. Ningqi used his agile body to search for the bronze puppet switch. At the same time, the others were also experiencing the same thing as Ningqi. The only difference was that each puppet's strength just happened to be a bit higher than theirs. For example, the puppet Li Mingqi was facing was only 10 meters tall, and its strength just happened to be able to suppress her. Tianqi, on the other hand, encountered a puppet that was even more terrifying than Ningqi's, and he was beaten to a sorry state. In a mysterious place, the middle-aged man had a clear view of everyone's situation. A faint smile hung on his lips. Could it be a spanking? Ningqi found an opportunity to fly behind the bronze puppets, and check. When he was sent flying by the bronze puppet, he still couldn't find the switch. He had already swallowed quite a few spring-returning pills, but he still couldn't find the switch to activate the bronze puppet. At this time, the bronze puppet still had over 4 million health points left. If this continued, Ning Chi would be exhausted to death. I've searched its head, arms, legs, and even the soles of its feet. Why can't I find the switch? Could it be that the switch is built in? Ning Chi looked at the bronze puppet with a grave expression. Roar! The bronze puppet was getting impatient. It bent over and looked at the ant that was Ning Chi and let out a loud roar. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. He saw a faint green light in its mouth. It's in its mouth. Phut! Ning Chi's face showed a trace of hesitation. At this time, the bronze puppet attacked him again. Ning Chi gritted his teeth, and instead of retreating, he advanced. When the bronze puppet saw this ant appear in front of it, it fiercely slammed its two hands together, wanting to slap Ning Chi to death. In the end, Ning Chi's body flashed, and he barely dodged this fatal blow. He rushed into its mouth. Ning Chi saw countless gears turning in the bronze puppet's mouth. At the same time, an incomparably large green crystal was reflected in Ning Chi's eyes. That's it. Ning Chi flew in front of the green crystal and quickly found a switch on it. He pressed it hard, and the bronze puppet, which was originally in a daze, instantly froze, and then its head suddenly drooped. Ning Chi left its mouth and flew in front of the bronze puppet. Looking at its drooped head, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Little guy, you can't move now, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering an ownerless 8th grade puppet. The system notification suddenly sounded. Ning Chi was slightly stunned, and then his face revealed a look of ecstasy. An ownerless 8th grade puppet? Does that mean I can refine it? Thinking of this, the method of refining puppets immediately appeared in his mind. Ning Chi did not hesitate to fly into the bronze puppet's mouth again, and then flew all the way to the core of its stomach. There was a master recognition stone here, and, as expected, there was no refining mark on it. Ning Chi laughed loudly, and just as he was about to refine it, the system notification sounded again. Ding! If the host wishes to refine this 8th grade puppet, please spend 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins to purchase the puppet space. What? Ning Chi cursed. Can you be any more black-hearted? You still want the puppet space? The system did not reply. Ning Chi directly tried to refine the bronze puppet, and, as expected, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to leave his mark on the master recognition stone. All right, I'll buy it. Ning Chi surrendered. His Dragon Slayer coins were deducted by 10,000 again, and now his balance was only a pitiful 30,000. After buying the puppet space, Ning Chi once again tried to refine the master recognition stone. As expected, this time he easily left his mark on it. After that, he turned on the switch of the bronze puppet and flew outside. At this time, the bronze puppet's eyes once again showed a trace of spirit, and it stood quietly in front of Ning Chi. Squat down. Ning Chi instructed. The bronze puppet obediently squatted down. Stand up. Roll. Shout twice. Ha ha ha. 8th grade puppet. Now I'm not afraid of anyone. Ning Chi laughed madly, but suddenly the system notification sounded again. Ding. Warning. Host's 8th grade puppet does not have enough energy. Please replenish. Ugh. Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Just now, he really did not notice how much energy it had left. Ning Chi entered the bronze puppet's stomach to check, and then flew out with an extremely ugly expression, because he discovered that the energy used by this group of bronze puppets was actually spiritual godstones. System, help me calculate how long a piece of low-grade spiritual godstone can allow it to move. 10 minutes. Chapter 458. An odd question, forget it. It's not too much of a loss. After all, it's an 8th-step puppet. Ning Chi placed the bronze giant into the puppet space. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's attention was instantly focused on Ning Chi. When he noticed that the bronze puppet had disappeared, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. This little fellow knows the puppet technique as well? The puppetry technique was the same as the artifact, refining technique and alchemy technique. Only a small number of people could master them. Among them, the puppetry technique was even more unpopular. Most of the techniques that had been passed down were low-level puppetry techniques that could be used to refine some puppets that weren't too high in rank. But if one wanted to refine an 8th rank puppet, the required puppetry technique level would be very high. That was why the middle-aged man was so surprised. In his era, there weren't many people who knew puppet techniques. Only the War God Temple had a profound inheritance of puppet techniques. Interesting. I wonder if the next stage will be as easy for you. The middle-aged man's lips curled into a faint smile. Ning Qi discovered that after he put away the bronze puppet, there was a fluctuation of Do Qi not far in front of him. Soon after, in front of Ning Qi, a door that emitted a green light appeared. This door didn't seem to have a physical body, and it was pitch black inside. He didn't know what kind of space it was. Ning Qi hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the door. He suddenly felt his eyes light up and found himself in an incomparably huge space. In the center of this space, there was a giant stone tablet. Other than Ning Qi, there were over 10 other people in the surroundings. There were many familiar faces among them. For example, Chu Xian's group of 3, Ling Duan's group of 3, Li Mingqi, Ding Lai, Fang Mo, Huang Haoren, and the 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault. All of them actually passed the first stage. Ning Qi was a little curious. How did they come over with such powerful puppets? Even Li Mingqi could reach this place. When Ning Qi appeared, the eyes of this group of people all stopped on him. Chu Xian and the other 2 looked calm. Yuan Shang was still looking at Ning Qi with a greedy gaze. Ling Duan and the others were curious about Ning Qi. Ding Lai looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile on his lips. Fang Mo's face was gloomy. As for Huang Haoren and the 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault, their eyes were filled with killing intent when they stared at Ning Qi. If they weren't certain that they wouldn't be obstructed if they fought here, they would have long since lunged over. Senior Brother Ning, you came too. Li Mingqi stepped forward in surprise. And where are Zwijun and the others? Ning Qi smiled. They haven't appeared yet. I wonder if they are a match for those giants. Li Mingqi said worriedly. You also faced a giant? Bronze? Ning Qi asked curiously. Yes, he is very strong. I estimate that he has the strength of a peak Do Huang. Li Mingqi nodded solemnly. Peak of the Do Huang class? It seemed that the bronze puppets they encountered were all related to their own strength. I am also a Do Huang. Why did I end up meeting a rank 8 puppet? Could it be? Ning Qi glanced above his head. He guessed that the middle-aged man had been secretly watching them. At this moment, the door that Ning Qi had walked out of began to move again, and a man walked out in a sorry state. Elder Open Sky, why are you in such a sorry state? Ling Duan looked at Tian Qi and smiled, a hint of mockery on his lips. Swallow Wu and Qiu Donghan's expressions were the same. They looked at Tian Qi with a smile that was not a smile. Tian Qi's expression was a little ugly. He had expended a tremendous amount of effort to kill that terrifying bronze giant, and he had even used all of his trump cards to do so. His current strength was probably at least 30% weaker than when he had been at his peak, and the price he had to pay was enormous. However, just when he had thought that he would definitely obtain the inheritance, he discovered that Ling Duan and the others had beaten him to it. In fact, even these extraterrestrial devils, Huang Haoren, and the 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault had arrived earlier than him. What was going on exactly? I've won. Lang Ing had a look of joy on his face as he walked out of the door, laughing maniacally. But when he saw Tian Qi and the others, his expression instantly sank. So many people. Lang Ing mumbled in his heart. All right, everyone is here. The middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. What? The others have all been eliminated? Ning Qi was somewhat shocked. Senior, my junior brothers, and the others have not arrived yet. Li Mingqi mustered her courage and spoke. For those who have yet to arrive, I've already sent them out. The middle-aged man calmly replied. Chu Xian felt some shock in her heart. There were over 1,000 people, but in the end, only a few of them managed to defeat that bronze giant. Among everyone here, including Tian Qi, none of them discovered that the bronze giant was a puppet. Only Ning Qi did. Senior, are there any other tests? Tian Qi smiled. Do you all see that stone monument? The middle-aged man calmly asked. Stone monument. Everyone glanced at the stone monument in the center before nodding their heads. There are a few questions on it. Whoever can answer them the fastest will be the one to receive my inheritance. The middle-aged man's lips curled up in a smile. Answer questions. Everyone had looks of astonishment on their faces. Initially, they thought that they would face an existence even more terrifying than the bronze giant. But now they actually had to answer questions. As the successor of my war god hall, you cannot only have martial prowess and no brains. If not, how can you help our war god hall take revenge? The middle-aged man smiled. Help the war god hall take revenge? An expression of shock appeared on Lang Ying's face. He knew better than Chu Xian and the rest how powerful the war god hall was. An existence that could destroy the war god hall would be even more terrifying. Otherwise, do you think that the successor of the war god hall doesn't have to do anything? The middle-aged man smirked. Those who are unwilling can leave now. I will send them out. Everyone fell silent. No one chose to leave. Since you are unwilling to leave, then go and answer the questions. I will only give you 3 days. If you can't answer them, I would rather the war god hall disappear from this world. After saying that, the middle-aged man once again disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone exchanged glances with each other before rushing toward the stone monument. Whoever could answer the questions first would receive the other party's inheritance. Therefore, they could not afford to waste any time. How long has this world existed? Who is the strongest person in the dragon's continent? How can you break through the shackles of the Emperor realm? There were a total of 9 questions on the stone monument. The first 3 questions caused everyone's expression to turn ugly. How long has this world existed? Who can answer these questions? Yuan Shang smirked. Dragon's continent? Where is this? Tian Qi and the rest were confused. Haha, they don't even know that the dragon's continent has already been eliminated. Dongfang Lingdong transmitted his voice to the other 2. Chapter 459. The 13th Era. Seems like we have no fate with this inheritance. Ningqi was also stumped by the first 3 questions. How to break through the shackles of a Dodi. Ha ha ha, if I knew this, would I still be a Dozong? I would have become a Dodi long ago. Lang Ying had a look of mockery on his face as he laughed. Tian Qi glanced at him. You are right. I don't think anyone can answer these questions. It would be the same even if another Dodi came. Ling Duan spoke. Maybe they don't want us to accept the inheritance. Since such questions exist, there must be an answer. Why don't we discuss it among ourselves? Dongfang Lingdong smiled. How long has this world existed? Do any of you have an answer to this question? Tianqi asked. Everyone exchanged glances. Among them, Heavenly Ghost's eyes suddenly brightened. He lifted his head and shouted, Senior, I know how long this world has existed. 10 million years. Everyone froze as they stared at Heavenly Ghost with strange expressions. How did he know how long this world had existed? Even Heavenly Ghost's 3 younger brothers were stunned. They stared at him dumbfoundedly. Heavenly Ghost smiled in satisfaction. I once entered an ancient land and saw a line of words. At that time, I didn't think much of it. But now that I think about it, it recorded some unknown secrets of the beginning of this world. Wrong. A loud sound rang out above everyone's head. Heavenly Ghost's expression instantly turned incomparably unsightly. Ha ha ha! You think you are qualified to know how long this world has existed? What a joke! Huang Haoran laughed mockingly. Why don't you say it then? Heavenly Ghost coldly stared at him. Huang Haoran sneered. I don't know. I don't intend to accept the War God Hall's inheritance now. I don't think anyone here can answer these 9 questions. Everyone's expressions turned heavy. Next, there would be people giving out answers, but they were all rejected by the middle-aged man. It's been 2 days. Chu Xian calmly spoke. 3 days were about to pass, but no one could answer the 9 questions. Lang Ying stretched his back and smiled at everyone. When the 3 days are up, we will return to our respective clans. As for this War God Hall, let it have no successor. Your provocation won't work. Yuan Shang said coldly. Lang Ying's expression changed slightly. He snorted and said, I'm just telling the truth. At this time, Ning Qi silently memorized the 9 questions. He didn't stand in front of the stone tablet like everyone else, but hid in a corner. Little 6, it's time to get to work. As the ancient sky dragon, quickly tell me the answers to these 9 questions. Ning Qi released Little 6 and said in a low voice. At this moment, the middle-aged man appeared directly above Ning Qi's head. Ning Qi raised his head to look and laughed dryly. It's my demon pet. The middle-aged man stared at Little 6. Little 6 rolled his eyes at him and said, What are you looking at? Ning Qi was shocked and slapped Little 6's head. Are you tired of living? How can you talk to your senior like that? Little 6 looked aggrieved. The middle-aged man's lips curled up and he smiled. Your demon pet is not bad. Then his eyes flashed with a hint of doubt and he disappeared in front of Ning Qi. Everyone was attracted by the stone tablet's question. Even though they knew that they had no chance, they still stared at the stone tablet in deep thought. Therefore, they did not notice the small movement over there. Phew, come. Do you know the answers to these 9 questions? Ning Qi repeated the question. After Little 6 heard it, it revealed a look of disdain. Do you even need to ask me such questions? Oh, you really know? Quickly tell boss. When we get out, I'll prepare a bucket of inferior grade, mystic-ranked spirit nurturing pills for you. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Previously, Little 6 had mentioned that he had inherited all the memories of the ancient Sky Dragon clan. Therefore, he planned on asking him as a last resort, but he never expected Little 6 to know the 9 questions. Little 6's eyes darted around when he saw Ning Qi's agitation. He said indifferently, 1 bucket isn't enough. Are you threatening me? Ning Qi looked at him coldly. That's right, I'm threatening you. Little 6 said boldly. Darn it, 2 buckets. Ning Qi cursed. No, I need at least 10 buckets. Little 6 shook his head and named a price. 10 buckets? According to the calculation of 1,000 pills per bucket, 10 buckets would be 10,000 pills. How long would that take? Ning Qi's expression instantly turned ugly. He planned on bargaining again, but suddenly a glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. All right, 10 buckets it is. Hurry up and tell me. Little 6 was overjoyed. He never expected Ning Qi to accept his price. He only planned on asking for 3 buckets. I'm telling you. Come closer, Little 6 said. Ning Qi stretched his ear over, and gradually his eyes lit up. Following that, he kept Little 6 back into the demon pet space and walked in front of the stone tablet. He looked up and said, Senior, I already know the answers to these 9 questions. Why did that demonic beast look so familiar? The middle-aged man lowered his head in thought. Ning Qi shouted a few times before he reacted and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone frowned and looked at Ning Qi. This kid knows the answers to these 9 questions? How is that possible? Ling Duan and company thought to themselves. Chu Xian and the others also felt it was strange. Earlier, Ning Qi didn't say anything and didn't participate in the discussion. Why did he suddenly appear now? Could it be that he knew the time was almost up and wanted to try his luck? Tian Qi, Huang Haoren, the four ghosts of the Heaven Vault, Lang Ying and the others stared at Ning Qi with a teasing look in their eyes. This fellow, could it be that he wants to bluff his way through? Fang Mo and Ding Lai exchanged glances. Both of them could see the suspicion in each other's eyes. How long has this world existed? The middle-aged man stared at Ning Qi as he asked, 5 ancient and 13 eras. Ning Qi smiled. 5 ancient and 13 eras? What was this? Bewilderment flashed in the eyes of everyone. They basically couldn't understand what Ning Qi was saying. He must be randomly making things up. Huang Haoren mocked in a low voice. Lang Ying's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Of course. But after that, the middle-aged man's reaction caused everyone to be stunned. He calmly glanced at Ning Qi as a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. After that, he nodded. You are correct. What? Everyone instantly stared at Ning Qi, their eyes filled with disbelief. He actually got it right? How could he get it right? What were 5 ancient and 13 eras? Who is the strongest expert in the Dragon Mainland? The middle-aged man continued asking. Chapter 460. Accepting the heritage Tian Qi, and the others were hoping that Ning Qi was making things up. They did not believe that Ning Qi knew the answers to the 9 questions. He can't answer it. Ha! Huang Haoren looked mockingly at Ning Qi with an excited smile. The strongest being in the Dragon Mainland is the ancient Sky Dragon. Ning Qi said indifferently. Ancient Sky Dragon? What kind of dragon was that? No one had ever heard of an ancient Sky Dragon. Everyone looked expectantly at the middle-aged man, hoping that he would tell Ning Qi that his answer was wrong. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with surprise. Correct. What? He got it right again? How is that possible? Lang Ying could not help but blurt out. How did he know about these questions? As descendants of the 9 great family clans, we have never heard of an ancient sky dragon. Chu Xian and company were shocked. Where is the Dragon Mainland? How did this fiend know who the strongest being in the Dragon Mainland is? Tian Qi looked at Ning Qi in shock and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a terrifying thought came to him. He came from the outer demon region. Could the outer demon region be the Dragon Mainland? The thought made Tian Qi's heart feel like it had been struck by a hammer. Following that, the middle-aged man asked the remaining 7 questions, and Ning Qi answered all of them correctly. When Ning Qi answered the 9th question correctly, even the middle-aged man was shocked. How did this kid know about these questions? He had no intention of using the 9 questions to choose who could accept his heritage. Instead, he wanted to see everyone's reaction to the questions. That way, he could make a preliminary judgment of everyone's character. After all, the answers to these questions were passed down by the first temple master of the combat god hall. If he had not known the answers beforehand, even he would not have been able to answer them. Tian Qi and the others' expressions became extremely ugly. They refused to believe that the war god hall's inheritance had fallen into Ning Qi's hands. Out of everyone here, Li Mingqi was probably the only one who felt disappointed, but also happy for Ning Qi. Why is it him? Yuan Shang looked coldly at Ning Qi, a look of indignation flashing in his eyes. You, come with me. Without waiting for Ning Qi's reply, the middle-aged man grabbed his arm and instantly disappeared. How do we get out? Huang Haoren asked with a pale face. Tian Qi glanced at him indifferently and did not answer his question. Finally, he looked at Chu Xian and the others. Chu Xian and the rest also looked at Tian Qi cautiously. Dongfang Lingdong smiled and said, Do you dare to fight here? The scene in front of Ning Qi changed again. and he found himself in a large hall filled with a simple and unadorned aura. The middle-aged man stood in front of Ning Chi, looking at him with bright eyes. Ning Chi gave a hollow laugh. "Senior, did I win?" "You have secrets that I can't see through." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Ning Chi immediately became vigilant and said with a hollow laugh, "How can I have any secrets that Senior can't see through? Senior must be joking." He, it's good to have secrets. I like people with secrets the most. Only such people can live for a long time." The middle-aged man laughed, as if he had no intention of probing Ning Chi's secrets. Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief. "Since I have chosen you to be my successor, I should tell you some things. Let's start with my name. I am the 36th Temple Master of the Combat God Temple, Zhan Wuyu. If you want to accept my inheritance, you must find the person who destroyed my Combat God Temple, kill him, and bring his head to the Combat God Temple. Are you willing?" Zhan Wuyu looked into Ning Chi's eyes and said seriously. Ning Chi thought for a while and nodded. "Senior, as long as it is within my capabilities, I am willing." "Good." Zhan Wuyu nodded. He took a step forward and pressed his hand on Ning Chi's head. Before Ning Chi could react, a memory rushed into his mind. Suddenly he felt an intense pain in his head, as if it was about to explode. This pain lasted for 10 minutes. In the end, Ning Chi collapsed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was holding his breath, he might not have been able to stand in front of Zhan Wuyu. He would have fainted long ago. Zhan Wuyu's figure became fainter. Previously, he looked like a human. Now he looked a little translucent. Ning Chi's eyes were closed. He was digesting the memories that Zhan Wuyu had imparted to him. There was the history of the Combat God Temple, the major events that happened, a cultivation technique, a martial technique, and the original location of the Combat God Temple. The cultivation technique was called the Combat God Technique. It was a top-grade heaven-tier cultivation technique. The martial technique was called the Combat God Body. According to the memories, when the Combat God Body was cultivated to the highest realm, every move would have the strength of 1,000 kilograms. Even the physical body of the dragon race wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was somewhat similar to the dragon-elephant prajna art. "All right, I don't have much time left in this world. You will cultivate here for the remaining time. You can ask me if you have any questions about the Combat God Technique and the Combat God Body." Zhan Wuyu said indifferently. Ning Chi slowly opened his eyes and bowed respectfully to Zhan Wuyu. "Greetings, Master." Zhan Wuyu's expression changed slightly. He nodded with some gratification. "From today onwards, you are the 37th Temple Master of the Combat God Temple. Master, for the rest of the time, can you let my friend stay here and send the others out?" Ning Chi said respectfully. Then he didn't hide anything from Zhan Wuyu and told him the whole story. Zhan Wuyu was shocked. This place doesn't belong to the dragon's continent anymore? It was destroyed by someone? Ning Chi nodded. Zhan Wuyu sighed. A green light flashed on his body, and Tian Chi and the others, who were still in a daze in front of the stone tablet, were instantly sent out of this place. Only Chu Xian and the others were left in front of the stone tablet. What happened? Where are they? Chu Xian frowned. They should have been sent out. Yuan Shang said indifferently, "Then what should we do?" Zhuijun asked, "I reckon that Ning Chi did this on purpose. He's afraid that we will be caught by Tian Chi." Li Mingqi thought for a while and said, Everyone suddenly understood when they heard this. Senior Brother Ning is still thinking about us at this time. He's really a good person. Zhuijun sighed. All right, I've sent them out. There's not much time left. You should start cultivating. Zhan Wuyu looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently, Yes, Master. In the outside world. Chapter 461. War God Body Essence Tian Chi's face darkened. He looked at Galello and said in a low voice, That guy got the inheritance. What? You're a war general of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, And he got the inheritance? Are you trash? What about his accomplices? Gaelo roared at Tian Chi angrily. Tian Chi was already in a bad mood. Being called trash by Gaelo in front of so many people enraged him. He hit Gaelo with his palm without hesitation. The other dragons rushed at Ling Duan and the others. You're courting death. Gaelo roared, his eyes blazing. He exchanged a dozen blows with Tian Chi in an instant. For a time, the scene outside turned into a small-scale war between the dragon men. Master, the war god body has a total of 9 stages. I'm currently at the first stage. But why do I feel like my body hasn't changed much? Ning Chi looked at Zhan Wuyu in confusion. He cultivated the war god technique and the war god body. The war god technique and the dragon elephant prajna art didn't conflict. In addition to the dragon slaying battle chi, there was another type of war god chi in his body. The battle chi was transparent. It was Ning Chi's first time seeing it. The 2 types of battle chi each occupied a corner in his dantian and didn't interfere with each other. They also circulated in a Tai Chi pattern in his body. However, he couldn't understand the war god body. When he cultivated to the first stage, he only felt that the power in his body had increased a little. There were no other effects. The increase in power was less than 1,000th of his original strength. Zhan Wuyu smiled faintly. You only know how to cultivate the war god body, but you're far from reaching the true cultivation standard of the war god body. This stage is only the pseudo first stage. If you want to enter the true first stage, you'll need some special methods. Master, please tell me. Ning Chi said respectfully. The god of war body needs to be tempered. Pure cultivation is not the true god of war body. Therefore, people who are afraid of death, even if they cultivate the god of war body, they won't be able to manifest the power of the superior grade heaven ranked martial skill. Only by constantly fighting with others, letting your enemies, opponents, and enemies temper your god of war body, will it become real. Zhan Wuyu smiled. So that's how it is. Ning Chi was enlightened. From the looks of it, the god of war body was a masochistic body. It had to be constantly beaten and abused by others to reach its peak. It seems like the divine war body suits me very well. A trace of joy rose in Ning Chi's heart. His life points were more than 1,400,000. Compared to an ordinary Do Huang, it was more than 10 times higher. When fighting with others, he could withstand more than 10 times the attacks of an ordinary person. This was a great help in refining his war god body. Time's up, I have to go. Remember, find the true culprit behind the destruction of the war god temple and bring him to the ruins of the war god temple to pay his respects. Zhan Wuyu raised his head and looked at the sky, then said to Ning Chi plainly. Hearing this, Ning Chi suddenly felt a little sad. Master, is there any way to keep your remnant soul? At the same time, he searched the dragon slaying mall to see if there was anything that could help remnant souls stay in the human world. Haha, if it was a real spirit, I would naturally be able to live forever. Unfortunately, this is only a remnant soul. Take care of yourself. Zhan Wuyu looked at Ning Chi and smiled faintly. The next moment, his body turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared in front of Ning Chi. At the same time, it was time for them to enter the dried bones forbidden land. A cluster of thick black fog wrapped around Ning Chi, Li Mingqi, Chu Xian, Dinglai, and Fang Mo. At the same time, they were sent to the cloud-rising sect. Walking out of the thick fog, Ning Chi saw Meng Qingling, Fang Xingnan, and the other elders of the various clans and sections. Among them, Meng Qingling and Fang Xingnan seemed to have some injuries on their faces. How serious are their injuries to be able to leave marks on the faces of 2 Doshens? Ning Chi muttered in his heart, after which he walked in front of Meng Qingling and cupped his hands together. Elder Meng. Meng Qingling scanned Ning Chi from head to toe. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. A 6-star Do Huang? Yes. Ning Qi nodded. Fang Xingnan frowned and glanced at Ning Qi. After which, she looked at the disciples of her clan, Fang Mo and the others. However, when she realized that their cultivation had not increased, her face darkened. "Senior, are you all right?" Zhuijun asked in surprise after seeing Li Mingqi. "I'm fine." Li Mingqi smiled and nodded. This time, hundreds of people had entered the dried bones forbidden land, but only 150 people had come out. About half of them had died. Seeing this, the old demons nodded slightly. They could still accept it. "Ancestor, fortunately I did not disappoint you. I have obtained a dragon blood fruit." A peaked Do Huang who had entered the ninth life and death gate excitedly said to the old demon. Ning Qi looked at him. He looked unfamiliar. It was likely that after entering the dried bones forbidden land, he had not been active in the Blue Moon Town or the ancient desolate land. Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. The old demon happily received the dragon blood fruit that looked like a dragon. At the same time, he looked at Meng Qingling, Fang Xingnan, and the other old demons with obvious pride in his eyes. "What about you guys?" Fang Xingnan looked at Fang Mo and the others. Fang Mo hurriedly said, "Ding Lai Mi," and they all obtained 3 dragon blood fruits. Although each person could not get one, Fang Xingnan was still quite satisfied. After all, Fang Mo's strength was still lacking compared to the other party. Being able to get half a dragon blood fruit was already good enough. Those who had obtained the dragon blood fruit with Fang Mo were praised by the old demons of their families. Their faces were filled with excitement. The other peak Do Huang who had entered the ninth life and death gate did not obtain the dragon blood fruit, but they each obtained some ancient pills and qi methods, which satisfied the old demons of their families or sections. "Chu Xian, you must have also obtained the dragon blood fruit." The old demon of the Chu family looked at Chu Xian and said with a smile. Dongfang Lingdong and Yuan Shang's faces turned green as they awkwardly lowered their heads. What happened? The old demon of the Chu family saw that Chu Xian did not speak, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Even Fang Mo could obtain the dragon blood fruit. Chu Xian was one of the strongest people who had entered the dry bones forbidden ground, so there was no reason for her to be weaker than them, right? "Ancestor, I did not obtain the dragon blood fruit." Chu Xian lowered her head and said, "You." The old demon of the Chu family was so angry that his beard curled up. It was as if he could see the mocking eyes of Meng Qingling and the others. Dongfang Lingdong did not dare to look at his ancestor's eyes, but Yuan Shang suddenly looked at Ning Qi and said sternly, "Ancestor, he stole my dragon blood fruit." What? The old demon of the Yuan family was startled at first, and then immediately looked at Ning Qi with eyes filled with killing intent. His eyes seemed to have turned solid, and Ning Qi's heart was hit hard, and he could not help but take a few steps back. He really found the dragon blood fruit? The inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of disbelief and unwillingness. Chapter 462. Utterly shameless, the old demon of the Yuan clan was called Yuan Daohan. He was ranked last among the 23 Doshungs of the Yuan clan. He was a newly advanced 1-star Doshung within the last 50 years. In terms of experience, all the old demons present might be more experienced than him. However, he was young, and there was still room for him to improve. Hence, even an experienced Doshung would not put on airs when interacting with him. At this moment, Yuan Daohan was staring coldly at Meng Qingling, who was in front of Ning Qi. "My disciples said that your Cloud Rising sect disciple stole his dragon blood fruit. Is that true?" The corner of Meng Qingling's mouth curled up into a faint smile. With a hint of ridicule, she said, "If you have something to say, then say it properly. Don't forget where you are. As for the dragon blood fruit," she looked at Ning Qi. "Did you steal his dragon blood fruit?" Ning Qi looked at Yuan Shang, his eyes filled with mockery. "No. Yes." Meng Qingling nodded and looked at Yuan Daohan. If he says he didn't, then he didn't. Let the disciples of your Yuan clan speak clearly. Although our cloud-rising clan cannot compare to the 9 great clans, we cannot allow others to malign us. When the other old monsters saw this, they revealed expressions of schadenfreude and looked at Meng Qingling and Yuan Daohan as if they were watching a show. Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong can testify to this. Ancestor Daohan really stole our dragon blood fruits, a total of 10. If you do not believe us, you can go into his universe ring and take a look. Yuan Shang said solemnly. At the same time, he looked at Dongfang Lingdong and Chu Xian. The two of them were slightly stunned. When their elder ancestor looked over, they hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yuan Shang is right. He did steal our dragon blood fruits, a total of 10. At this moment, the old monster of the Chu clan, Chu Zhongtian, and the old monster of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Yi, all looked at Meng Qingling. The auras of the 3 of them gathered together and pressed down on Meng Qingling, causing her expression to change slightly. Chu Zhongtian glanced at Ning Qi before saying to Meng Qingling, "Even the disciples of my sect said that. I'm afraid that the disciples of your cloud-rising sect have really done something sneaky." Dongfang Yi nodded. "Ask him to hand over the dragon blood fruit, and I will let bygones be bygones. He really stole the trio's dragon blood fruit? Or 10? So many?" The other peak Dohuangs of the 9th test looked at Ning Qi in shock. The rest of the people muttered in their hearts. Some revealed looks of greed, some showed looks of schadenfreude, and some showed looks of disbelief. Only Ding Lai and Fang Mo had strange expressions on their faces. According to what Tian Qi had said, they were certain that Ning Qi had looted all the dragon blood fruits in the spiritual orchard before them. There were exactly 10 fruits in total. However, Yuan Shang and the other 2 were now claiming that Ning Qi had stolen their dragon blood fruits. This immediately confused Ding Lai and the others. Could it be that the 3 of them had picked the dragon blood fruits first, and then Ning Qi had gotten them? Of course, Ding Lai and the others would not think so simply. There was another possibility, which was that Yuan Shang and the other 2 were blackmailing Ning Qi. But even if they had this idea, they would not say it out loud. Otherwise, they would offend the 3 families for no reason. Fang Mo and Fang Bai would not say it out loud. They could not wait for Ning Qi to get into trouble. How could senior apprentice brother Ning steal their dragon blood fruit? They must be framing people. Otherwise, why didn't he ask senior apprentice brother Ning for it when we met at the Dried Bones Forbidden Ground? Li Mingqi frowned as she thought to herself. At this moment, Zhuijun and the others also looked at her. Everyone looked at each other, but no one said anything for the time being. They wanted to see how the situation would develop next. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the descendants of the 9 great clans to be so shameless. Ning Qi looked at the other party and laughed mockingly. What he said next caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Countless greedy eyes looked at Ning Qi. Yes, I did steal 10 dragon blood fruits. Ning Qi laughed coldly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's eyes focused on Ning Qi. Surprise flashed in Meng Qingling's eyes at first, but then she frowned slightly. Since you've admitted it, hand over the dragon blood fruits. Yuan Daohan smiled coldly. I'll admit it my ass. Ning Qi pointed his middle finger at him. How dare you? Even though he did not understand what Ning Qi's gesture meant, Yuan Daohan felt deeply insulted and immediately flew into a rage. Yuan Daohan, if you have something to say, just say it. If you make another move, don't even think about leaving the Cloud Rising sect today. Although Meng Qingling's voice was calm, it caused Yuan Daohan, who was just about to attack Ning Qi, to freeze for a moment. Then he stood rooted to the ground with a livid expression. Speak clearly, lest others misunderstand. Meng Qingling nodded at Ning Qi. Yes, Elder Meng. Ning Qi nodded, then looked at the crowd, finally locking his gaze on Chu Xian and the other two. He said calmly, I stole the dragon blood fruits, not from the three of them, but from a spirit orchard near Blue Moon Town. At that time, when I was stealing the dragon blood fruits, I coincidentally saw Fong Mo and the others arrive. In order not to let them make a wasted trip, I purposely left 3 for them, purposely left 3 for Fong Mo and the others. Could their 3 dragon blood fruits have come from the same place as Ningqi's 10? Everyone was shocked, especially Ding Lai, Fong Mo, and the others. After hearing Ningqi admit it, they were certain that Ningqi had indeed picked 10 dragon blood fruits before them. No wonder Jilo said that 13 dragon blood fruits had been stolen. Senior brother Ning is such a good person. Zhuijun looked at Ningqi with admiration. In a short period of time, he had been captured by Ningqi, just like Duan Ingjun. Oh no, Yuan Shang's expression changed. He did not expect Ningqi to have the same dragon blood fruits as Fong Mo and the others. If Fong Mo and the others testified, then thinking of this, Yuan Shang looked at Chu Xian and Dong Fangling. Both of their gazes were filled with blame. If this is true, then this guy is worth befriending. That's right. People like him are few and far between nowadays. Even the best of brothers might not be able to maintain their integrity in front of the dragon blood fruits. Later, I will befriend him. Who knows? He might be of great help in the future. Many people's impression of Ningqi changed 360 degrees, including most of the Cloud Rising sect's inner disciples. Words alone are no proof. Yuan Daohan's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ningqi coldly. Yes, Chu Zhongtian and Dong Fang nodded. Everyone immediately looked at Ding Lai, Fong Mo, and the others. Now, as long as they could prove that Ningqi had stolen the dragon blood fruits from the same place as them, Ningqi would be innocent. Chapter 463. Chapter 463. The TH witnesses Ding Lai did not wish to offend the Yuan clan, Chu clan, and Dongfang clan, so he kept his mouth shut. Fong Mo hesitated for a moment before saying, When we stole the dragon blood fruit, there were only 3 on the tree, and we never saw Ningqi. Ha ha ha! Did you hear that, Meng Qingling? Don't even think about protecting your Cloud Rising sect disciple. Hand over the dragon blood fruit now, and I will let this matter go. Yuan Daohan laughed wildly when he heard this. Ningqi looked at Fong Mo, and Fong Mo coincidentally looked at Ningqi. His eyes were calm as he looked at Ningqi. Fong Mo is quite tactful. The corner of Yuan Shang's mouth curled into a proud smile. He exchanged looks with Chu Xian and Dong Fangling before the 3 of them looked at Ningqi. Elder Meng, if you do not have evidence to prove that this kid did not steal the dragon blood fruit from Yuan Shang and the other 2, I advise you to let him hand over the dragon blood fruit. I do not wish to do this myself, Chu Zhongtian said indifferently. Dongfang smiled and said, How about this? Hand over 9 of them, and treat the remaining 1 as a gift from the 3 of us to your Cloud Rising sect. Yuan Daohan and Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly. They were a little dissatisfied with Dongfang Yi's decision, but since the 3 of them were on the same side, they could not say anything. I can prove that Senior Ning did not steal the dragon blood fruit from Chu Xian and the other 2. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the direction of the Sword River sect. The old demon from the Sword River sect was slightly stunned. Along with the others, he looked at the unknown Zhuijun. Zhuijun, you cannot speak nonsense. The Sword River sect's elder, Jian Fengtian, frowned. He did not wish for the Sword River sect to be involved in this matter. After all, the Sword River sect was ranked last among the 36 top sections. What can a mere 1-star Do Huang prove? Is this brat tired of living? Does he want to participate in this matter? Some people showed disdain in their eyes. Yuan Shang and the other 2 turned to look at Zhuijun. Zhuijun felt a little breathless under everyone's stares, but after exchanging a glance with Ningqi, he bravely stepped forward and said in a clear voice, When I was in the Withering Bones Forbidden Area, I saw with my own eyes the rank 8 dragon clans Jaelua and the Heaven and Earth Pavilions Tianqi battle general asking Senior Brother Ning for the dragon blood fruit. If Senior Brother Ning didn't steal the dragon blood fruit from the dragon clan, why didn't they go to Chu Xian and the other two? Damn it, I'm going to hack him to pieces. When Yuan Shang heard that Zhu Jun had the guts to stand up as a witness, he could not control his murderous intent from leaking out of his body. At that moment, a few elders glanced at him. They had already made up their minds. Did Yuan Shang really lie to me? This thought flashed through Yuan Daohan's mind. In the next moment, he knew that since things had come to this, he had to hold on no matter what. Otherwise, the damage would be the Yuan family's reputation. Hence, a qi suddenly erupted from his body and instantly locked onto Zhu Jun. The pressure that the qi of a Dou Shang brought was no different from a small mountain. Zhu Jun was seriously injured as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. When Jian Fengtian, who had originally not intended to step forward, saw this, a trace of anger flashed across his eyes. He stood in front of Zhu Jun. He shouted at Yuan Daohan, "Yuan Daohan, what are you doing? How dare you casually injure my sword stream sect's disciple? Do you really think that there is no one else in the sword stream sect?" Yuan Shang coldly glared at Jian Fengtian. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, there's a trace of disdain. "Jian Fengtian, your sword stream sect's disciple is spouting nonsense. I merely helped you teach him a lesson. You should be the one thanking me." Is the Yuan family throwing caution to the wind? I believe that the Yuan family will not admit to it, even if the Cloud Rising sect produces any more evidence. After all, there are 10 dragon blood fruits. The Yuan family will most likely get 4 of them. Yuan Daohan is a little arrogant. There are so many people of the same generation present, but he seems to be looking down on them. Anyone with a discerning eye already knows the origin of the dragon blood fruits. A few old monsters transmitted their voices to each other. Zhu Jun glared at Yuan Daohan angrily. "I'm not lying. The 3 great families are jealous of Senior Brother Ning's dragon blood fruits. That's why you're framing him." "Yes." Li Mingqi also stood up and looked at Yuan Daohan and the others without fear. "I can testify as well. I saw it with my own eyes." "I saw it too. The dragon blood fruits were stolen by Senior Brother Ning from the dragon clan. I heard it with my own ears from Gaeluo. As for who Gaeluo is, it's impossible that none of the seniors present here know." One by one, the Sword Stream sect's disciples stood up. The other Sword Stream sect's disciples looked confused. They could not understand why Li Mingqi and the others would stand up for Ningqi. Were they not afraid of putting the Sword Stream sect in a difficult position? Who was Gaeluo? Everyone present, except for a few disciples who had never entered the Withering Bones Forbidden Area, probably knew who he was. After all, he was one of the Dragon Clan's geniuses in the Withering Bones Forbidden Area. He had a terrifying battle record in Blue Moon Town. At that time, people from various great families and sects had died at Gaeluo's hands. If he had said it himself, then it could indeed prove that Ningqi had stolen the dragon blood fruits from the Dragon Clan and not from Chu Xian and the other 2. Thinking of this, the way everyone looked at the 3 of them became a little strange. "Yuan Daohan, did you hear that? My Sword Stream sect's disciple said that Ningqi had stolen the dragon blood fruits from the Dragon Clan. Is this how the 3 of you educate your disciples? How dare you falsely accuse others and be so greedy? I'm afraid you won't be able to walk the righteous path in the future." Jian Fengtian said coldly, "Who knows what shady dealings your Sword Stream sect's disciples had with him? I will ask the family head to judge this matter. When that time comes, I hope you can still be as stubborn as you were today." Yuan Daohan glanced at Yuan Shang and sneered coldly at Jian Fengtian. Then he led his disciples and soared into the sky, leaving the Cloud Rising sect. Chu Zhongtian and Dong Fangyi's faces turned ashen when they saw this. This mess was caused by the Yuan clan, and now they were in such a bad situation. The two of them also left the cloud rising sect with their disciples after saying some pleasantries. Ha ha ha! Congratulations, Elder Meng. This disciple of yours is not bad. He was able to steal 10 dragon blood fruits. Why don't you give one to my heaven domination sect? Scram, scram, scram. Your heaven domination sect stole 23 dragon blood fruits in one go 30 years ago. You still want more? Elder Meng, give it to me. You can choose whatever you want from my Clear Sea sect. The two of you stop fighting. There are so many people here. Do you think it'll be your turn? In an instant, the remaining old monsters rushed up to Meng Qingling to curry favor, wanting to exchange for a dragon blood fruit. As for the others, they looked at Ning Qi with jealousy and envy. Everyone, would I exchange something like the dragon blood fruit with you? Meng Qingling smiled faintly. Chapter 464. Gifting fruits, Elder Meng. It's not impossible to exchange 5 of the 10 dragon blood fruits for it. One of the old monsters tried to fight for it. Unfortunately, Meng Qingling refused to budge. At this moment, Ning Qi walked in front of Zuojun, Li Mingqi, and the others. He bowed respectfully to Jian Fengtian and said, Junior Ning Qi greets Elder Jian. Jian Fengtian looked at Ning Qi and thought that it would be great if Ning Qi was a disciple of the Sword River sect. He was not impressed by Ning Qi's talent, but he was envious that Ning Qi had obtained 10 dragon blood fruits. Jian Fengtian sighed and nodded at Ning Qi. Senior Brother Ning. Zuojun looked at Ning Qi with joy. Yuan Shang and the rest are too shameless this time. Luckily, we saw Gaelo asking for the dragon blood fruits from you with our own eyes. Otherwise, you would have been framed by them. Yeah, I didn't expect the 3 clans to be so shameless. Looks like we have to be careful when we meet them in the future. Otherwise, we won't even know when we get betrayed. A few disciples of the Sword River sect shook their heads. Jian Fengtian glanced at them and wanted to stop them from bad-mouthing the 3 clans. After all, there were still some old monsters who had yet to leave. It would be disadvantageous to the Sword River sect if word of this got out. However, he immediately thought of Yuan Daohan's arrogant and shameless behavior and shifted his gaze away. So be it. It's good to teach them a lesson. Jian Fengtian thought to himself. Ning Qi smiled at Zuojun and the others. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have left so easily. Thank you, everyone. You're welcome. We're telling the truth. We can't possibly lie through our teeth. Senior Brother Ning, you're kind enough to leave 3 dragon blood fruits for them, but they're being so ambiguous. Zuojun looked at Fang Mo and the rest and mocked. Fang Mo and Ding Lai had ugly expressions on their faces. Not everyone is like you all, not knowing how to thank you all. Here are 2 dragon blood fruits. Please accept them. Ning Qi took out 2 dragon blood fruits from his spatial bag and handed them to Zuojun and Li Mingqi. What? Zuojun and Li Mingqi were shocked when they saw the 2 dragon blood fruits. They were at a loss of what to do. Jian Fengtian's eyes flickered as he looked at Ning Qi and nodded his head. This kid is not bad indeed. No wonder Zuojun and the others are willing to testify for him. The other disciples of the Sword Stream sect looked at Zuojun and Li Mingqi with envy and jealousy. As for the other disciples who had stepped forward to testify, they were ecstatic. They knew that they would get their share of the 2 dragon blood fruits. Swish, swish, swish. The group of old monsters who were trying to persuade Meng Qingling felt the aura of the dragon blood fruit and immediately looked at Ning Qi with shock in their eyes. It was the same for their disciples. He looked at Ning Qi with shock and confusion. The dragon blood fruit is such a precious thing. Yet he gave it away just like that? 1 delivery or 2. Wasn't this fellow too extravagant? It was fine to give spirit crystals or elixirs to someone who was grateful. But why did he have to give a dragon blood fruit? This guy is too good at winning people's hearts. Fong Bai looked at Ning Chi with extreme jealousy and thought to himself, why didn't you share the dragon blood fruits with us, but with outsiders? Seriously. The inner disciples of the cloud rising sect glared at Ning Chi angrily. At the same time, they regretted isolating Ning Chi when they entered the dried bones forbidden ground. If they had been with Ning Chi, they would have gotten a share of the dragon blood fruits. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in this world. Senior brother Ning, this is too precious, Zwijun said embarrassedly. Kid, you're asking for it. Jian Fengtian glared at Zwijun and cursed in his heart. What are you waiting for? Why don't you take it with both hands? Are you trying to be polite? You still need to choose the time and place. And what is the gift? This is the dragon blood fruit. Take it. I have 10, and I'll give you 2. There are still 8 left. I can't let you come to the dried bones, forbidden ground, for nothing. Ning Chi smiled. Thank you, senior brother Ning. Li Mingqi nodded her head and stretched out her hand to receive it. June happily received the dragon blood fruit and repeatedly thanked Ning Chi. After that, the two of them handed the dragon blood fruit to Jian Fengtian under his expectant gaze. Jian Fengtian happily accepted the dragon blood fruits and said to Li Mingqi and the rest, Good! All of you have done a great job this time. The sect will not mistreat you. Thank you, Elder Jian. Li Mingqi and the rest happily bowed to Jian Fengtian. Jian Fengtian then looked at Ning Chi and said with a smile, Little brother, you can look for me if you have any difficulties outside. Thank you, Elder Jian. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands together. The 2 dragon blood fruits were well spent after obtaining the promise of a dosheng. Subsequently, Jian Fengtian seemed to be afraid that Meng Qingling would take the dragon blood fruits back and immediately left the cloud rising sect with Li Mingqi and the rest. Meng Qingling watched this scene, but did not stop Ning Chi from giving the dragon blood fruits to Jian Fengtian. After Jian Fengtian left, Ning Chi walked in front of Meng Qingling and handed 4 dragon blood fruits to her. Elder Meng, I have to thank you for the earrings this time. Otherwise, I might have died in the withering bones forbidden ground. Ning Chi smiled. Meng Qingling nodded and accepted the dragon blood fruits. At this moment, Ning Chi took off the earrings and returned them to Meng Qingling. Meng Qingling was slightly startled and softly said, Keep them. Ah, thank you, Elder Meng. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with joy as he bowed to Meng Qingling. The earrings could increase one's health by 200,000 points. In Ning Chi's eyes, it was already more valuable than most heaven-rank Do weapons. Little brother, can you sell one of your dragon blood fruits to me? An old demon suddenly appeared in front of Ning Chi and asked with a smile. Even though he tried to make his smile look more amiable, the wrinkles on his face still made him look sinister and terrifying. Elder, I'm sorry. I want to use these dragon blood fruits to save my master. Ning Chi's expression was apologetic. Save your master? What happened to your master? I'll go save him. Give me the dragon blood fruit. Just one will do. When the other elders heard this, they immediately appeared by Ning Chi's side. Their gazes were like a pack of wolves greedily eyeing a piece of well-balanced steak on the ground. Meng Qingling smiled faintly but did not stop them. Really? My master has been captured by the Redbud Dragon Tribe's lifeless thorn. If any elder can save him, I am willing to give you all 4 dragon blood fruits. Ning Chi said, The Redbud Dragon Tribe? Lifeless thorn? Upon hearing those words, the expressions on the faces of the old monsters changed. Shaking their heads, they turned around and left without saying a word, taking their disciples with them and leaving the cloud rising sect. They are not afraid of lifeless thorn, but the Redbud Dragon Tribe. Meng Qingling said indifferently, as if she knew what Ning Chi was thinking. Elder Meng, do you think I can exchange 4 dragon blood fruits for my master? Chapter 465. Ning Xiandong. 1 is enough, but that will depend on Lifeless Thorn's opinion. Meng Qingling said. After a pause, she continued, I can help you send a message to the Red Bud Dragon Tribe and ask about this matter. Thank you, Elder Meng. Ning Qi was delighted. With Meng Qingling's appearance, things were much easier to handle. Meng Qingling nodded her head and said, I see that your cultivation is progressing a bit too quickly, but your foundation is still unstable. During this time, you should go back and consolidate your foundation. This disciple understands. Ning Qi cupped his hands. When the inner sect disciples witnessed this scene, they exchanged glances with each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Elder Meng had opened her mouth to guide Ning Qi. Did that mean she was treating Ning Qi as her own disciple? Qingling said a few more words to Ning Qi before letting him return to the outer sect. This was out of the expectations of the inner sect disciples. They thought that Meng Qingling would directly accept Ning Qi as a true disciple. Even if she didn't accept him as a true disciple, wouldn't it be fine to accept him as an inner disciple? After Ning Qi left, Meng Qingling frowned slightly. If Yuan Daohan really invites the Yuan family's family head out, this matter won't be easy to handle. Yuan Shang, is the dragon blood fruit really yours? On the way back to the Yuan family, Yuan Daohan looked coldly at Yuan Shang and transmitted his voice. Yuan Shang's expression changed slightly, and he also transmitted his voice. Absolutely. All right. This time, when we return, I will ask the family head to step in. The dragon blood fruit, our Yuan family will definitely get it back. As long as Yuan Shang insisted, Yuan Daohan did not intend to pursue the matter further. In any case, if something were to happen in the end, Yuan Shang would naturally be the scapegoat. By the way, ancestor, something else happened in the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground. Yuan Shang told him about how Ning Qi had accepted the inheritance of the War God Temple. Really? A hint of surprise flashed through Yuan Daohan's eyes. War God Temple's inheritance? Chu Zhongtian frowned and looked at Chu Xian. War God Temple? Dongfang Yi looked at Dongfang Lingdong solemnly, as if asking if this was true. That kid actually had such a fortuitous encounter? I'm so lucky. Li Mingqi and Zui Jun also told Jian Fengtian about Ning Qi obtaining the inheritance of the War God Hull. When he heard about it, he couldn't help but sigh. Outer sect. On the way back, Ning Qi did not meet Nu Tao, nor did he meet Hua Shiri or Hua Wushang. Coincidentally, he bumped into Duan Tianying at the entrance of the courtyard. When Duan Tianying saw Ning Qi, he lowered his head slightly and walked past Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled nonchalantly and pushed open the door to enter the courtyard. At this moment, Duan Tianying was watching Ning Qi's courtyard from a short distance away. His face revealed a venomous expression. He immediately ran toward the inner sect and found Hua Wushang, who was attempting to break through to the Do Huang realm once again. Hua Wushang seemed to be at a crucial stage of circulating his qi. There were a few outer sect disciples from the Five Poison Divine sect who had followed him to the Cloud Rising sect, standing guard outside the door. Duan Tianying, what are you doing here? An outer court disciple shouted. I want to see Senior Brother Hua. Duan Tianying said coldly. Senior Brother Hua is at the critical moment of his breakthrough. He won't be seeing anyone. You should go back. Another outer sect disciple's tone was slightly better than the previous one. Duan Tianying said, I have something to report to Senior Brother Hua. Go, go, go. What could it be? An outer sect disciple waved his hand at Duan Tianying as if he was chasing away a fly. Duan Tianying wanted to argue, but at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the door. Everyone was stunned. The Divine Sun has broken through? That's great. Hua Wushang has broken through to the Do Huang realm again. Duan Tianying was a little jealous. Let him in. Hua Wushang's faint voice came from the door. You go in. That outer sect disciple looked at Duan Tianying unhappily. In their opinion, it was enough for Hua Wushang to have these lackeys in the sect. Duan Tianning coming here was equivalent to snatching meat from them. When Duan Tianning saw Hua Wushang again, he felt that Hua Wushang's aura was very different from before. In the past, Hua Wushang looked a little feminine, but now there was a hint of coldness and eeriness. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, causing Duan Tianning's back to break out in cold sweat. Senior brother Hua, Duan Tianning, cupped his hands together. Are you here because of Ningqi? Looking at the time, he should have come out from the dry bones, forbidden ground, right? Hua Wushang smiled. He looked like he didn't care, but the flash of anger in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Ningqi had actually obtained a spot in the dry bones, forbidden ground that even he didn't have the right to enter. This made Hua Wushang really angry with the Cloud Rising sect's actions. Senior brother Hua, you're right. Ningqi has indeed come out from the dry bones, forbidden ground. You can ask the elder of the 5 poisons divine sect to help at any time. Duan Tianning nodded and flattered Duan Tianning. I got it. You can leave now. Hua Wushang nodded. Duan Tianning was stunned. Seeing that Hua Wushang had no intention of rewarding him, he turned around and left with an ugly expression. After Duan Tianning left, Hua Wushang extended his hand and took out a jade scroll. He crushed it. A middle-aged man was sitting in a cave in the outer mountain range of the Cloud Rising sect. His appearance was just like that of a farmer in the countryside. He was extremely ordinary. If it was not for the fact that his do qi was fluctuating while he was meditating, no one would be able to tell that he was a 7-star dozong. The 6th elder of the 5 poison divine sect said, Ning Xiandong. Ning Xiandong opened his eyes slightly and saw that the jade scroll on his knees had been crushed into powder. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. That guy has come out. How dare he offend the 5 poisons divine sect? Prepare to die. Jiuzhou Empire. Recently, there were a few hot topics in the capital. This was because the dragon ranking published by the Bai Xiao clan was different from the past. There was an additional special edition. After everyone flipped it open, they discovered that an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect had actually defeated the pride of the Fong clan, Fong Mo. When he defeated Fong Mo, he was only at the peak of the King of Do. As such, he replaced Fong Mo's 100th place on the Ink Dragon ranking. This matter became a topic of conversation. After more than a month, there were still people guessing Ning Qi's background. They didn't believe that an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect could be so strong. It was very likely that one of the 4 great elders of the Cloud Rising sect had secretly trained him. I didn't expect Ning Qi's combat ability to be so strong. After returning to the Jiuzhou Empire from the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Haojie looked at the dragon ranking and special edition in his hands. The corner of his mouth curled up and a look of gratification flashed in his eyes. This time he had returned to prepare to resign from his position as a rank 3 eunuch in the palace. After all, he was no longer a eunuch. Oh, isn't this the great eunuch of the Dongfang clan? Chapter 466. Say it again. Hearing this, Dongfang Haojie's body stiffened. He slowly turned around, looked at the young man who was looking at him with a mocking face, and said coldly, Wu Lingfeng, you came back from the dragon field. At the same time, fear flashed in Dongfang Haojie's eyes. He found that Wu Lingfeng's aura seemed to be stronger and more terrifying than a few years ago. Wu Lingfeng, the legitimate son of King Wu of the 9 Regions Empire, was ranked 700th on the human list, 5 ranks higher than Dongfang Haojie. More than 10 years ago, because of a small matter, he and Dongfang Haojie became enemies. As long as Wu Lingfeng had the chance, he would ridicule Dongfang Haojie and create obstacles for him. However, Dongfang Haojie was able to turn misfortunes into blessings and finally became a 3rd-rank eunuch. Even King Wu was a little afraid of him. A few years ago, Wu Lingfeng was selected to enter a place that even Dongfang Haojie could not see through, the Dragon Field. Dongfang Haojie did not expect to meet him on the streets of the capital today. What made Dongfang Haojie even more unhappy was that Wu Lingfeng's cultivation had increased explosively. Ha ha ha, did you think I would die in there? Sorry to disappoint you. Great eunuch of the Dongfang family. Wu Lingfeng laughed wildly. The passers-by on the street were attracted. Great eunuch of the Dongfang family? Is it Dongfang Haojie, third-rank eunuch? The passers-by guessed Dongfang Haojie's identity. After all, among the 9 great families, only the Dongfang family had such a eunuch. Who is this guy who dares to ridicule Dongfang Haojie? Hey, he looks familiar. Is it Wu Lingfeng of King Wu? Yeah, it seems to be him. Without him, the capital has not been as lively as before. The passers-by discussed in low voices. Their voices were not too low, so Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng could hear them. However, these passers-by were not afraid of being scolded by the two. After all, this was the capital, a place where the law was enforced. Wu Lingfeng's mouth slightly rose. He glanced at the crowd and laughed. Today, I, Wu Lingfeng, have returned. The capital will be more lively in the future. Upon seeing this, the passers-by all praised Wu Lingfeng's domineering attitude. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the other clans couldn't help but cast sympathetic gazes at Dongfang Haojie. They all knew about the grudges between Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng. Now that Wu Lingfeng's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, Dongfang Haojie's days might not be good. Wu Lingfeng looked at Dongfang Haojie and giggled. Great eunuch of Dongfang clan, when will you spar with me? Sparring? Give me a month's time. Dongfang Haojie said lightly. All right, 1 month it is. Wu Lingfeng nodded his head. Then Dongfang Haojie turned around and walked towards the palace. Wu Lingfeng looked at Dongfang Haojie's back, and the arrogance on his face instantly disappeared. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. In the past, when I called him that, he would fly into a rage and tremble. Now that I call him Great Eunuch, why is there no reaction? I haven't seen him for a few years, and his temperament has improved to such an extent? Wu Lingfeng naturally did not know that Dongfang Haojie was no longer a eunuch. Why would he be angered by the word eunuch? There's going to be a good show in a month. The passers-by were satisfied and dispersed. Boss, you're back. Ning Qi was following Meng Qingling's request and consolidating his cultivation. In the end, a few days later, he heard Duan Yingjuan's shout accompanied by knocking on the door. He walked to the door and opened it. He saw Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei standing at the door. Boss, you're really back. Ha ha ha. You're not missing an arm or a leg, right? Duan Yingjun was ecstatic and walked a few rounds around Ning Qi. Suddenly, his eyes were slightly startled, and he said in shock, Boss, you broke through again. Senior Ning has become a Do Huang? Duan Feifei looked at Ning Qi with shock in her eyes. And did you cause any trouble while I was away? Ning Qi smiled. Duan Yingjun was slightly startled and laughed dryly. No, I didn't cause any trouble. Ning Qi looked at Duan Feifei. Junior Duan, you tell him. Duan Feifei smiled awkwardly and said, Yingjun recently had some grudges with a senior in the inner sect, but it shouldn't be a big deal. How did you offend an inner sect disciple? You still don't understand the outer sect. Ning Qi frowned. It's because of me, Duan Feifei said shyly. Oh, what happened? Ning Qi was a little curious. Could it be because of something between a man and a woman? As expected, Duan Yingjun spoke first. Boss, it's like this. There's a bullshit senior brother in the inner sect who has taken a fancy to Feifei and wants her to marry him. That dog has already toyed with many of the new female disciples in the outer sect. Oh, right, boss. Do you remember Ning Zi? I remember. Ning Qi nodded. Ning Zi was the big senior sister of the group of girls who had ridiculed Ning Qi when he had just arrived at Cloud Rising City. Later on, Ning Qi had even saved one of her junior sisters in the dragon graveyard. After that, she had come to thank Ning Qi reminding him that Hua Shi and Hua Wushang wanted to make a move on him. She, a junior sister, was toyed with by that dog's-hit senior brother and committed suicide. Afterwards, Ning Zi brought people to find him to clarify the situation, but she was heavily injured and is still recuperating. I heard that her injuries are very serious, and even if she recovers, her cultivation will regress. Furthermore, the dog's-hit senior brother even said that no one is allowed to send medicine to Ning Zi. Duan Ningjun said indignantly. There's such a thing? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Fei Fei, you're here. I've specially looked for you to go on a mission. This mission is very simple, and we should be able to earn 300 lower spiritual crystals. I'll split half with you. Suddenly, a surprised voice could be heard. At the same time, a handsome young man appeared in front of everyone. He looked at Duan Feifei with admiration. Senior Brother Wang, I think I'll pass. Duan Feifei shook her head and rejected. Hearing this, Wang He's face turned cold. He then looked at Ning Qi and Ning Zi before his eyes landed on Duan Ningjun. He said coldly, Duan Ningjun, I advise you to leave Feifei. You can't bring her happiness at all. Can you even earn 30 to 50 lower spiritual crystals a month? Duan Ningjun was furious. Wang He, damn it. What do you mean by this? What I mean is simple. I want you to leave Feifei and stop lying to her. Wang He smiled. Senior Brother Wang, please show some respect. Duan Feifei frowned. Wang He did not mind. Feifei, you can follow him. Follow me. In less than 2 to 3 years, I can make you an inner sect disciple. Hee, what big words. Are you the green robe elder? Or the lamp holder elder? Who?